You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, March 17th, 2023. It's a Friday night, 11 p.m. Today we are playing something quite special. It's a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective called The Homecoming. It's always special when we play these fan-made cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective because, first of all, you know you're playing something that only a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of even the board game world has ever looked at, seen, played. There's no coverage of it anywhere. Frequently, there are no reviews, although sometimes a post or two on Board Game Geek. Today, this one feels a little special, also because it's not yet public. The author just sent me a message asking if we wanted to play it. It has been since uploaded to Board Game Geek. It's still pending release. So we're basically the second group on the planet to have played this game. The authors are, this was made by two people, two good friends, Pelle Holmgren and Richard Schicke, something like that. I'm probably mispronouncing them. They're Swedish. They apparently met 20 years ago in Sweden, formed a pop band, made albums, toured around, and then went their separate ways. One's in London, one's still in Sweden. And so I have a real respect for anyone who can pull off real collaboration. I've learned how difficult that can be. So that's a real achievement here. I mean, it's a stupendous achievement for anyone to make one of these cases. It's a big deal. It's hard to do. This one is also especially, the text is especially long. Now, that may not make for a great stream, but it does sort of hit my sweet spot for the kind of game I like to play. And we should say that when we play these cases, these fan-made cases, we tackle them a little more generously than we would some mass-produced project that's got lots of money and lots of editors. It's extremely hard to make something like this. Even the Space Cowboys, well produced by an experienced company, games are full of errors and typos frequently. And with so much text, you have to expect some errors and typos, but especially here, where we are essentially the second group on the planet that's ever playtested this long case. And I'm told by the authors, Pelle, that they did the only group that's played it is a friend group, and then they did major revisions. So I expect we may run into some hiccups along the way. We're going to try to provide some constructive criticism, but we'll take this as sort of a half playtesting session, half like going in the time machine and that hasn't been tested and expect that we could end up with the dinosaurs or whatever. Who knows what we're going to get. All right. What else do we need to say? I've already said this is long. It's clear just from glancing through it that the actual entries are longer than normal. So if you're watching these streams to help you fall asleep, that's probably a good thing. I hope you have if you plan to stay awake, I hope you have your tea or coffee. I do expect that this will probably take us 2 sessions. So that's what I've scheduled today and tomorrow, both at 11 p.m. If for some reason we get past, finish it in one session, so be it. A little bit more bookkeeping. The authors may come by at some point and say hello. I think probably sometime between these two streams, they'll stop by. If you have any questions, we will try to provide some constructive criticism. This is the first case they've made. I'm told it took about a year part-time working remotely in their spare time. This is a substantial amount of work went into this, but our job here is to enjoy it and to offer constructive criticism from a game design perspective. So that's what we will do. Next week, we'll play another fan-made scenario, An Ember of Distraction, by another first-time fan case writer, and another game that hasn't been playtested. I don't want to short shrift the people who have released fan expansions earlier. There's a weird thing that happens in the board game review world where people only pay attention to the latest new stuff. So we're not going to do that. We are going to go back and play. Hopefully we'll play through the entire canon of fan-made Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases eventually. All right, any other bookkeeping? The chat could let me know if they've been up, if anyone's been up to any interesting projects. I've been doing some more tweaking of my new OBS plugins that show chat comments here. And mainly I've been focusing on adding voting features and stuff. So we'll check that out in a second. Let me just catch up with a couple other things. Last week we finished the 5-episode box of the Independence Day Killer from A Killing Affair. And I thought it was quite good, not without its faults and some flaws and some mixed thoughts in the channel, but for me it was an epic hybrid cold case puzzle game, which really hits a sweet spot for me. So I'd be happy to play some more of those, except that it's too expensive for me. So I traded for that one. I think that's the way to go with those expensive premium games if they ever come on sale. Speaking of sale, though, Hunt a Killer has a big sale on 2 boxes. The Mallory Rock and Curtain Call. So I purchased those. There's a link in the Board Game Geek section for this channel that you'll find on the About tab, the Board Game Geek Guild. For this channel, we plan out what games to play next and talk about other games, etc. There have been some recent posts about some interesting new games that were discovered. One of the reasons we played the Killing Affair game is they're about to launch a new Kickstarter for Blind Faith, their new series. I have some concerns over, but it's supposed to be super long, longer even than the 5-episode, 5-stream, 30-hour stream we just played. So I'll be paying some attention to that. Okay. So let's take a look at this and make some decisions. The first, well, I've read the requirements. Let's read that together, and we'll be on the same page and have seen the same thing, and you'll know what we have to decide here, what we're up against. Okay, The Homecoming, London, 18 February 1890. So I've organized this into some tabs. All right, let's read this little introduction here. Not the introduction, the preface, you might call it. The Homecoming, a fan case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Basic requirements. You need the base game, i.e. rules, list of informants, directory, and map. Most base game editions will probably work fine, but you will not need more informants than the original list of 14. Looking at from my original Thames murders cases, here are our possible informants. Remember that Sherlock Holmes himself was added by Space Cowboys. I don't know if our authors today have used that. Doesn't matter. Now, you also need Dave C's map for the east and south sections of London, which can be found here, or the integral map. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. I believe what you'll find here is that this person, Dave C, on Board Game Geek, made a new map. Now, in various expansions of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, new maps have been made. Space Cowboys made one for their Jack the Ripper, which is on the east end of London, but a different map than this. Queen's Park has its own map. Adventures by Gaslight has its Paris map. But this map here that our expansion authors are talking about is this map. They're talking about this map here. This very much looks very close to the style of the original Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective map, which you see here. This is what came in the original Sleuth Publications maps. What you see here is the Space Cowboys version, which is my preferred version. But this one matches up very well with the original and would fit off to the side here, continuing along the river, the Thames. So that's where it fits in, and it includes east and south. There's our south, there's our east. So I have printed this out for us to use. And then there's a map that combines them all that's super long that wouldn't be appropriate for us on this table. In fact, I think that we could use the original map, or we could use the new Space Cowboys map, which is the one I prefer because it's easier for me to move out of the way. It's easier for me to see the far end of it. Those of you who have seen I have a full size 4-foot by 3-foot neoprene table mat of the Space Cowboys one, which would be nice for playing in person. But here on the stream, it's easier if it's a little bit smaller. So I'm going to suggest that we play on the Space Cowboys map and put the original one away. But this will be a good chance for me to test out my new voting system. So let's have a vote. Type vote old or vote new for what map you want to play on. I suggest we play on the new map. So I'm not bound by your votes, but you could type vote old or vote new. This is where we see who is going to, who is who's going to be rebellious and go against my wishes. Okay, so you can see I add a little feature to the voting. I put a little timer, and I had it automatically fill some of the recent speakers in the list, so I know if there are people that we should be waiting for. Okay, so there we go. It's been decided. We are playing with the new map. I guess I have to remember to clear it. All right, so let me put the old one away then. I mean, the old map is quite nice, but the new map has its charms. All right, let us get back to reading the instructions for playing this game. I also have digital version if we want to mark it up and stuff. Okay, and then the game says we can use any directory we want, so we're going to use the new directory. I find it a little more pleasant to look through. And we can use the informant list here, although I'll show you something else in a second. All right, so it comes with the casebook, which is here, the times, which I've got in the binder as well, the question and answers, and then a table of address and entry codes. Okay, so let's read this. The last component is used for locating entries in the clues section of the casebook. Unlike the original game, this section does not have entries listed by area and address. Instead, entries are distributed randomly and headed by numbers, entry codes. This is intended to minimize the problem of accidentally or intentionally glancing at entries of nearby locations. So for this case, you must take the address you want to visit, e.g. Northwest 52, to the table, note the entry code at the spot where Northwest and 52 meet, find that entry in the clue section. Not all addresses in the table are visitable, however, since some entry codes will lead to a hole in the clue section. In other words, won't be in the actual clue book. Okay, so here it is. I've laminated a copy. It's also in the book, but this is not the quite as, not quite, I was going to say this is called the Ellery Queen system, but Ellery Queen is a two-stage lookup that's even more painful. This is very simple. Notice the two new neighborhoods, east and south. So we just look up, we do a one-step lookup, and then we look up that clue entry. So there's a table here in the printout, in the PDF, and I've just laminated a version so we can keep it on the table. Tokens. At some point in the game, you might receive a so-called token. Tokens are not part of Wiggins' world. They exist only in the player's consciousness. A token might later direct you to a specific entry in the clues section. Just note down which tokens you have, and the rest is self-explanatory. So this is just the system we've seen in Baker Street Irregulars. It just says, okay, you now have A. And so if you get to something, it might say, if you have A marked, go read this. Okay, about the case. Be aware that this case has more text than the typical ones. If you intend to play cooperatively, you would want to find co-players who enjoy reading and listening to some quite long entries. In terms of playtime, this case is not unlikely to require 2 sittings, all depending on your deductive skills, of course. Although it's difficult to foresee the route taken by the players, we have added an in-game suggestion at what we consider roughly to be the halfway point of the case. So we'll pay it, that's something good to know. If we don't get to the halfway point at the end of our however long we want to play today, 6 hours typically, then we may need 3 sessions. We'll see. This case is not connected to any other case in the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective universe and might present characters in a way that conflicts with their portrayal in other cases. For those who don't know them, Wiggins and Simpson are 2 of the Baker Street Irregulars, Sherlock Holmes's little helpers, whose well-worn boots you will now have to walk inside for a couple of hours, for the game is indeed afoot. Okay, here we go. Now, before we start this case, I want to show you one other thing. I have here, okay, so you guys have seen me use these before. These are business cards that someone on Board Game Geek made many years ago. I wish I remembered the name, for all the informants. And I quite like these. They're not, I mean, in terms of practical use, it's probably easier to have the list of informants at the back, which reminds you of what they're useful for. But these are quite nice, and each one has a different little art and things. So these are quite fun to have around when you decide to visit someone, to give you a little more flavor for who you're going to visit. But I want to show you that someone just made and uploaded, so you can find that in the Board Game Geek file section for the Thames Murders. But someone, Peter, I wrote it down somewhere, made some new informant cards. just recently, like in the last week or two, couple weeks. And I'll just show them to you. So here's Henry Ellis at the London Times. So you can see there's their address on the map, what they're good for: news, current events, foreign affairs. The back shows you a little bit where they are on the map, 30 EC. And then this is meant to show you what sets the informant is used for. So most of them are in all of the cases, but there are a couple that are only in a few boxes sets. So let's just look at these for a second. Here's Somerset House, Death Wills, there's Porky, Quentin Hogg. So I think the art is incredible on here. This is just printed out on a color printer and put in a card sleeve. However, this art is apparently AI generated art, which is crazy to me how good and stylistic and uniform the style looks. It's really, and we're entering a new age with this AI art. It feels like they just found someone's art and stole it. So I'm a little hesitant about that. And the only thing else that I'm hesitant to is this is a really sort of modern reimagining of these people, and I guess I sort of prefer the old picture of Sherlock Holmes and these people rather than this new modern reimagining of these. This is like almost what you would get on the new TV show that comes out with all younger actors playing all the roles. But it's absolutely gorgeous, and if it wasn't for the historical tie to some of these characters, anyway, like this looks like the young version of the police reporter, and to me they're all old grizzled guys in London in 1890s. All right, so anyway, we have those to go through. Okay, let's start, and then we'll have to make a decision about how and when to read the newspaper. It's something we've been playing with on these streams and trying to decide what's the best way. We used to just read the whole newspaper right in the beginning of the case. That's the most useful way to read the paper. But lately, I think we've been enjoying sort of spacing it out a little bit. And it's a different pace. Instead of having all the information as soon as you start the case, you sort of, it drips in some new ideas every once in a while. All right. Let us read our introduction. And let's see. We'll get the hang of this after a little bit of experimenting here. Introduction. London, Tuesday, 18 February, 1890. 9 o'clock in the morning. A biting north wind has hit the city this morning, and we are greatly relieved to come in from the chilly streets into Holmes's den. The great detective himself is indeed standing by the fireplace next to Lestrade. Dr. Watson is sitting in an armchair with a book open in his lap, listening to his friend's comments to the inspector. The tribal instinct, Lestrade, says Holmes, the tendency for people to gather together with their own kind in the face of a perceived threat, although undoubtedly useful for the survival of humankind during the earlier epochs of our existence, it has been the root cause for many of the numerous tragedies of war and persecution that have plagued man throughout his history. But above all, it has had a fatal influence on one's deductive powers in a situation such as the present one. Tribal is right, Mr. Holmes, comments Lestrade. I would go as far as to call it beastly to leave a person on display like that. Holmes notices our presence and interrupts the inspector to greet us. I see that our little helpers have arrived. Do come over to the fire. You must be frozen to the core, lads." "Don't mind if we do, Mr. Holmes," replies Wiggins as we shuffle over and warm our hands by the hearth. "Lestrade, could you perhaps give an account of the matter at hand?" "Right, yes. A body was found Sunday morning right outside Southwark Park. It has been savagely beaten, stabbed, and put on display for all to see. Clues at the crime scene point to a ritual killing of sorts. The fellow was an Englishman." "Or at least of European descent, and the knife that he was murdered with was of foreign origin, which leads us to believe that the same is true of the perpetrator, or perpetrators, rather. Your Mr. Holmes was just now talking about tribal instincts, and I couldn't agree more. I was referring to the reactions of the populace, my dear Inspector," Holmes interrupts him. Slightly taken aback, Lestrade protests, "Oh, but surely you agree that this is the work of primitives, wanting to put the fear into the hearts of decent Englishmen." "This seems to have been the knee-jerk interpretation made by some dock workers who have reacted with outrage, a story which the muck-raking tabloids were quick to pick up, even keen to stir the tempers of their readership. It may prove to be just so, or it may not. But at the present moment we must keep our minds open. Emotions are running high on the matter, which is why it is of utmost urgency to establish fully and beyond any doubt what events lie behind the crime. If we fail, I fear that tensions may explode into further violence." "That's right, Mr. Holmes. People need to see the culprits get punished, or there's no telling what will happen." Oh, that was Lestrade speaking. "That's right, Mr. Holmes. People need to see the culprits get punished, or there's no telling what will happen." Holmes decides against replying to Lestrade's comments and continues, "Unfortunately, I am at present engaged in a quite separate case. I may take a few inquiries if I find the time, but on the whole I will leave the matter to your capable hands, Wiggins." "No problem, Mr. Holmes. We'll soon find out who done it." Okay, so body in Southwark Park, put on display for everyone to see. Outside Southwark Park, Sunday. Savagely beaten, stabbed, and put on display. All right. So here's our newspaper. 2 pages worth. Let us see. I just want to see if we're going to be able to see it. Okay. Okay. So, see, my cubes are going to have a, oh, they're not happy about it being so small. Okay, Tuesday, February 18th. Let's just see. I want to see if it's going to zoom in okay and everything. On 15th of this month, that's what the inst means, of this month, the wife of Alexander Holder of a son. On the 15th of this month at 51 Evering Road, Stoke Newington North, the wife of Albert Edward Dorr of a son. And on the 16th of February at 9 Clarendon Road, Edgbaston, Birmingham, the wife of H.J. Krause, Kimberley, South Africa, of a daughter. Okay, so we're going to be fine. We are not going to read this entire paper now. We're going to come back to it when we have our breaks, when we get bored. As a little change of pace, we will be coming back to the paper. I guess if you were glancing at a paper, you might glance through it I see that I probably should have given myself a wider margin to put these cubes on. Let's just glance at the advertisements. Gainsford and Company, cabinet makers, upholsterers, and house furnishers. Established 1910. Then Edwards Lightning Geyser. Hot bath in, what does that say? 5 minutes. Hot bath in 5 minutes. Hot water instantly, night or day. 346 Euston Road, London. Lightning Geyser. Look at that. You can see it's a heated water tank just for your bath. Shoots its water right into your bath. Okay. Then we've got watches for the colonies and India. Kendall and Dent. 106 Cheapside EC. Supply shippers and the trade on most advantageous terms. Gold medal Paris exhibition 1885. Patentees of the double dial watch. Watches for the blind they even make. 8-day watches. There's your double thing. Okay, the chat wants me to check. Let's see. Anna says, maybe just read about the murder. And Jonathan is directing me to the check. For those who don't know, when someone types check Jesse or some combination of those, it flashes a little light in front of me. Okay, so you're right that we might have a couple of articles on our thing. Okay, so let us quickly scan for articles clearly related to us then. Okay, deaths. Those deaths don't look like ours, but let's see. Miscellaneous situations. He did talk about the docks, so let's read the docks article. Police. Scuffle in the West India docks. Tumultuous fighting broke out yesterday morning between workers in the West India docks. The reasons for the scuffle are unclear, but there are reports of dockers attacking workers of foreign origin after rumors that the recent murder outside Southwark Park constituted the killing of a British dock worker by Indian Lascars. As reported yesterday, a man in his mid-30s was found by the gates of the park at around 7 o'clock on the morning of Sunday the 16th. But the identity of the victim is still unknown, and none of the above-mentioned circumstances have been confirmed or denied by the Metropolitan Police. Okay, so remember, it's Tuesday. This is Tuesday's paper, and so apparently they wrote about the killing yesterday, and this is just a follow-up. And this is following up with what Holmes was saying, that the dockers are attacking foreign workers, blaming them. That's why Holmes was talking about tribal fighting and etc. Okay, latest foreign news, letters to the editor. I think that's it. So we don't actually have an article about that killing in the paper. Just an article about the dock workers acting up. All right, so here I've printed out the East map, but we will use the full-size printed one when we need it. There's our table. Now note, that's it. There's no, the only stuff we have to go on is the introduction about Southwark Park, our informants, of course, and the newspaper. So we could go down to the docks to find out about the fighting. It seems like the first thing we should do, however, is find Southwark Park. So let's just, one of the nice things about playing these print and play, I mean, if ever was something made for printing and playing it, it's these Sherlock Holmes cases, which are especially nice because you can write on the margins as you play. It would almost be better to print out the games, even the purchased ones, you could write on them. Okay, Southwark Park, here it is, 61 South. Now remember, this directory was essentially made in 1981. This is a reprint, but it's essentially unchanged. And when you want to talk about foresight, when Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg and the other person that I always forget the name of, maybe someone can remind me, wrote the game. They put in a whole bunch of addresses, including addresses outside of the map in the south and east, and the fan case people have just run with it and created new things happening at those locations. Okay, so where did we say it was? 61 south. All right, so this is our first first encounter with this southeast map, East End map made by someone on Board Game Geek. So let's see if we can acquaint ourselves since we don't know London well. There's the Thames. Here's the commercial docks in the south. What else do you see? So I can't really read any of this text without my glasses. You probably can't either unless we zoom in, which is fine. Let's just zoom into some of these areas so we understand what we're dealing with here. This is the Royal Viet Sailing Yard. It looks like that says. What's down here? The Royal Hospital, something hospital. Okay. Up here we have the East India Docks. We've seen that in a couple of cases. We've never actually had a map to go there. It's nice to have that. Bugsby Marshes. In the upper right we have, looks like it's not wanting to go in to the close-up camera. I should find a way to force it to that close-up camera. Okay, there's the gasworks. We've actually come across that in a case before. And this is the South Bromley Station. Okay. What's up here? Oh, it's not happy with these cubes on this map here. Another station. What about here? What do we have? Stepney Station, Limehouse, West India Station. Lots of train stations. Okay. There's a big station. What station is that? What is that? Oh, the London Docks, I see. And there's the Tower of London, which is on the far east of the normal map. So the normal map runs over the Tower of London, and here it does repeat here. And you can see it's not got a number here, so it's just, there's the demarcation of this map. So these areas here are on our other maps, and these are the new ones. There's the demarcation between east and south, I guess. All right, so we said 61, huh? 61 south, so down here somewhere. I see 60, Southwark Park. It's possible it's not even on this map. I don't see any green. Green would normally be the color of parks. I think this map south only goes up to 60. So here it is. I'm going to assume that the Southwark Park is somewhere off this map here. Down below. Someone knows London, they could tell us where it really is related to this. That says 54, right? Not 6. Oh, that is 64. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it does go. You would think it would be green, though, right? 67. All right, well, the numbers go up. Are these in 60s, too? Nice to know where Southwark Park is. What does the chat say? Yes, okay. People want to see the link to the map. There's the link to the map. I'll leave it up so you can type it in yourself. If you search for Dave C. East Map, London, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you'll hit it. So obviously you know that it's not important that we find these places on the map, but we like to do it for flavor. And sometimes it's useful when you realize, oh, this person lives near here. And so we do tend to mark these places. If someone in the audience can find where 61 is, you can let me know. Otherwise, I will just use a little sticker here and remind us that that's for 61. And if we find 61, I don't know why he wouldn't have colored it green, though. So I was thinking that this line here was the demarcation of the neighborhoods, but I don't think that's right now. I think basically everything above the Thames is east neighborhood, and everything here below is south neighborhood. So there you have that. All right, well, it seems to me we should go to the scene of the crime first. Jonathan says, Jesse, it's showing blacked out on your map, but the gray section on the left of the docks is the park. Shows up green. Okay, so green must not have printed out right to me. So I've got a bunch of parks here. Okay, so we're going to label this somehow. Let's see, what have we got? So you're saying this one here? This one here is Southwark Park? And what about this one? Okay, so I'm just going to put this one, 61. Okay, fine. All right, well, that's useful to know. I wonder if I'll need to print out a new version. I do not use this large format inkjet printer very often, and it just may be that it wasn't happy with green. Okay, so there's our Southwark Park. So it makes sense to me that we'll start out there. Now you know why these streams take 4 times longer, 3 times longer than if you were to play these at home. All right, let's head on over to 61 South. All right, so let's get the hang of how to play this using this. 61 South is 4. So I wonder if we shouldn't be trying to mark on here. 4, yeah, that's not going to mark. Okay, so we're going to use our system that we've used before. 61 South, which is Southwark Park. Southwark. Okay, so we will keep track of every place we go in this notebook. And 61 South is entry 4. This will help us revisit places if we need to refresh our memory. Okay. Let's try to keep organized here. Okay, entry 4. As we approach Southwark Park, we notice several bobbies patrolling the nearby streets. A park constable is stationed by the entrance gate. We walk up to him and introduce ourselves. His initial wariness wears off when we've explained that we work for Sherlock Holmes. He agrees to answer our questions. Where exactly was the body found? Wiggins starts. Oh, right here, replies the constable, indicating the fence on the gate's left side. It was just after 7 o'clock in the morning. I was on my way here to unlock the gate. A few minutes late, when I heard a voice calling for police, I ran hither, finding 2 men, one alive and one dead. The dead man was propped up against the fence, a knife sticking out from his chest. His face had been slashed mercilessly. By Jove, it was a dreadful sight, that face. And the smell, too, the stench of death. Who made the discovery? Wiggins continues. His name is Scopes, a docker well known to us in the early shift. He was on his way to work, taking his usual shortcut through the park, when he came upon the body. And what happened then? Well, I told Scopes to stay put while I fetched 2 policemen. Having examined the crime scene to their satisfaction, they had the body removed. This is how you do it in the old days. You don't tape off the crime scene for the detective. You just have the bobbies come, take a look. Okay, we got the gist of it, and bring the body away. And then, after the trouble in the docks yesterday, the police decided that the area should be put under surveillance for a few days, fearing that an anti-Indian mob may gather. I'm surprised that some people are so convinced that the perpetrator was Indian. Apparently, the knife was of Indian origin, but there are plenty of those about, aren't there? We are allowed to examine the spot where the body was discovered, but are unable to secure any clues. No signs of struggle, Wiggins remarks. We tip our hats and leave. Okay, so we've read entry 4. So Pella was telling me, I believe it was Pelle that I was speaking with, that if we think we find it, like if we think we should be able to find a place and it's missing, we could search the PDF version for the location here to find it in the PDF file if we think there's something wrong and missing it. Okay, so he's found it after 7 o'clock on the fence. 2 men. He heard someone calling for police. Okay. So 2 men. The person who discovered it, who was calling out, was Scopes, a docker. Okay. And it tells us the shortcut that he took. Probably not important where. He's on his way to unlock the gate. So it's, I guess the park is locked up. Propped up against the fence. Knife sticking out from his chest. And the knife was of Indian origin. Those are our clues here. And then we're told he was on his way, the usual shortcut through the park. I suppose he's a docker working at cutting through Southwark Park. Where is he heading to? Either the commercial docks here. Probably the commercial docks. I mean, there are other docks, but if he's walking, probably he's walking through the park to the commercial docks. So we might try to run into to find him there, given that we don't have any other great clues. Let me just check in with the chat and see how Jonathan Water did have an interesting observation that the body already smelled. His face was slashed, so for some reason they slashed his face mercilessly, and it smelled bad already of death. So why does it already smell? Does that mean his body has been left here for a while? Probably no. Probably the body hasn't been left there. Even if it was there all night, it wouldn't start to smell so bad. But maybe he was killed elsewhere and just brought here. You might imagine someone's purposely trying to rile up the dock workers against the Indian workers. And where did we say the West India Station? East India Docks. So here's the East India Docks all the way over on the east. You could imagine we might want to go there and ask the Indian dock workers what they think about it. We've got all of our informants. It would make sense to go to the autopsy early and find out more. We could find out how long it's been since he was killed. I mean, that might be a logical place to start. Often when we play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we avoid going to the Allies' informants early because, for example, like the cab depot often has some very useful clues, and we try to wait on that. But I think, when we get a murder, it makes sense. When we have a dead body, it makes sense to go to get an autopsy, get a look at the body, and see what they know. So we've got Sir Jasper Meeks, who does the autopsy, and H.R. Murray, the criminologist. So maybe we go first to Jasper Meeks and see what he has to say about the body. See if there is something to that idea that it's been dead for a while, yeah? So let's do that. 38 EC. So 38 EC is 179. Okay, let's check out what Meeks says. We find Sir Jasper Meeks busy in the filing room at Bart's. Ah, Wiggins, my boy, I assume you and your friends are here to acquaint yourself with the man found by Southwark Park the other day. You're a gentleman and a mind reader, Sir Jasper. The unfortunate fellow has been taken down to the ice room, so I can't introduce you in person, I'm afraid, and I don't think you'd stand for it. The odor was quite intolerable. But I have the report here. Just a second. Meeks flings open a filing drawer and pulls up the correct folder in a matter of seconds. You see, this is not just any old murder. In fact, as far as I can tell, it's no murder at all. What? We blurt out in near unison. Our John Doe, a Caucasian of regular build, no older than 40 years of age, was found with a knife in his chest and his face grossly mutilated with a sharp object. Still, no murder. Struck dumb, we stare at Sir Jasper, who seems to relish our stupefaction. Come on, I should expect you to be privy to the coroner's ABC by now. All eyes turn to Wiggins, who closes his and begins tentatively. So he was, the unfortunate victim of an accident, perhaps, Meeks suggests. No, I mean, he was already dead. Good boy. This ill-fated chap was already well dead when someone, for some reason, found it worthwhile to kill him again, as it were. My analysis asserts that neither the knife nor the slashing of his face were instrumental to his demise. There were no signs of hemorrhaging, no contusions or larger fractures anywhere on his body. What did he die from then? Wiggins asks. Well, in fact, he was an unfortunate victim of sorts, but We'll return to that. The first thing I noticed was the cleanliness of his skin and nails. This man was most certainly a manual laborer. There are telltale signs on his body to infer as much, but he was found meticulously washed, groomed, and even perfumed, as if he was on his way to his own wedding, or rather his funeral. For a moment, Meek seems to regret an rather unseemly witticism. Oh, anyway, the next observation concerns the stab wound. As I extracted the knife from his chest, I noticed a tiny strip of cut paper in the laceration. It had no marks or prints, and it was too small to be worthy of further analysis. But it's been taken down in the journal. As for the post-mortem, I didn't want to spend too much time with him. The effluvium bothered even my jaded nostrils, and after all, I didn't suspect any crime. So I used my intuitive powers and went straight to the liver. It turned out this man, who was decidedly underweight, had cysts in this vital organ. He might have been entirely unaware of this fact, although I suspect he must have been acutely aware of his abdominal pain. It's likely that he suffered for many months or even years before receiving the ultimate relief. Thus, it is my opinion that he died from acute liver failure. Could you approximate when this happened? Wiggins asks. Well, the absence of rigor mortis informs us that death occurred either very close to discovery or more than 2 days prior to it. Considering the putrefactive changes of the man's skin, however, it's almost certainly the longer time frame. I'm unable to pinpoint it more accurately without knowing what temperatures the body was subjected to, whether it has been kept indoors or lying outside in the cold. Under any circumstances, no sooner than 5 or 6 days ago. That's the best I can give you. What do you make of all this, Sir Jasper? Well, you're the detectives, are you not? It's certainly an unusual case, but I'm sure your nimble minds will make the pieces fit. Why, there's a whole bunch of you. 1 piece each, and the puzzle will soon be complete. We thank our good friend and take our leave, somewhat frustrated. Okay, that's great. There's a whole bunch of you. 1 piece each of the puzzle, and the puzzle will be complete soon. Okay. All right. So, well, let me not put that away. Let's make our notes here. What's interesting? Caucasian, 40 years of age or younger. Already dead, and we're told for 5 or 6 days. Okay. Neither the knife nor the slashing were instrumental to his demise. Cleanliness of his skin and nails. Someone cleaned him. Manual laborer based on his hands, like calluses on his hand, but washed, groomed, and perfumed. As if he was on his way to a wedding or funeral. Like maybe he was on his way to be buried and he was intercepted. And then a tiny strip of cut paper in the laceration. But Meeks decided it was no big deal, not worthy of further analysis. I don't know on what basis he made that. That doesn't seem like that was the wise decision here. But maybe at this time, they have no reason to believe it's any big deal. If he wasn't murdered, then someone's just doing some sort of prank or something. And then liver cancer. Or liver failure. Maybe he's an alcoholic, that would suggest. Possibly. Although I don't know if you're an alcoholic if you get cysts in your liver, or if you just get liver failure. Tiny strip in the laceration, no marks or prints, too small, but it's been taken down in the journal. I'm assuming that he just means his journal. It doesn't mean he passed it along to anyone. Do we think maybe... I wonder if someone didn't stab a note to the body. And that's been removed, possibly. Was he dressed? We don't know. All right. Why was he washed and cleaned? Yeah. All right. This would be a good time to take our early first break. After 1 hour, we've set the scene, we've seen the body. It's a real mystery, and unlike many cases, there aren't like a million places for us to start out going. We've been to the scene of the murder, we've been to the autopsy. Now it's up to us to decide where to go next. You can give that some thought while we take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Body's been dead for a while, washed and cleaned and perfumed, but at least 6 days old and smelling. Stab wound in the chest with the knife, little bit of paper in the wound. Meeks didn't think it was significant enough to look at. I'm curious to talk to the guy that discovered the body. Scopes was his name. In fact, I should have written down his name in our notes here. Scopes. You could look up his name to see if there's anyone with that real name in the directory, if that's a last name, but I think we probably have better luck going to the actual docs to find him. But we could check. Well, there is a Martin Scopes who lives in the South, so I'm guessing that's our guy. Let's look. So Martin Scopes is at 18 South. I think we should pay Martin Scopes a visit. I mean, if you're a police officer, certainly the people who find the body, obviously you want to talk to them as witnesses, but it's not that uncommon that the person who finds the body and malingers around is involved. You know, the serial killers like to go back to the scene of the crime, etc. All right, let's visit Martin Scopes. "18 South," which is 18 South, 155. Very important to keep track of these things because, well, especially if printed version, not so bad because you can leaf through and see where you marked you visited, but otherwise you forget where you went. All right. 155. Martin is at work in the docks. A tall, wiry woman tells us briskly, "I hope he is anyway. With all them Indians pouring in, we'll soon have to starve, won't we? In our own mother country." "Where exactly is he working?" asked Wiggins. "How would I know? I never set my foot there. It's somewhere round them commercial docks beyond the park. He's a deal porter, unloads the ships." Well, this is exactly what we figured. We figured he was in those commercial docks. He's a deal porter. Maybe we should write that down in case. Deal porter. But she's like, "I don't know where he works. What kind of person do you think I am?" So he's probably here at the commercial docks. So let's try 66 South. Let's see if we can't get a hold of this Martin Scopes. Let's do our normal thing of marking when we go to some place. So 18 South was where Martin Scopes lives. Let's see if we can, let's see if we can find Martin Scopes. There's 18. So he lived down here on Winton Road. And now we're heading up to the commercial docks, which is 66. All right, 66 South, 205. There are illustrations in this book as well. 66 South. The commercial docks is a cacophony of metallic clangs, wooden thuds, and hollers from every direction, accompanied by the deep murmur of idling steam engines. We mend our way around the busy basins and warehouses, asking anyone sufficiently resembling a foreman for Martin Scopes. Finally, a finger is pointed at a short, brawny man walking down a gangway from one of the ships. He's carrying an imposing load of timber across his leather-clad right shoulder. We follow him into a warehouse where he unloads his cargo onto a 10-feet-high stack of beams. Mr. Scopes, we heard it was you who found the dead man last Sunday. Scopes removes his hat and wipes his soaking brow, steaming in the cold air. Gruesome, a gruesome sight. Could you tell us about it? Well, I was on my way here when I saw this chap sitting by the park gate. I said something to him like, "Rough night, mate?" Then I saw there was a knife. He had a knife in him, you know. So I moved closer so I could see his face. His head was hanging down like this. Scopes lets his head droop against his chest. I bent down. Well, he hadn't much face left to speak of. Called out for the police. Park guard came running and then went to fetch the bobbies, and that was it. Did you see anything else around that you took note of? Note? What do you mean, note? I didn't say anything about a note, did I? Why are you asking anyway? Who are you? Well, we're helping Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective, to solve this case. Oh, so you're police too? Scopes inspects us warily. No, mate, we're on our own. Have the police been here? Yeah, they came by earlier asking me the same things. Did you tell them the same things as you told us? Well, yeah, more or less, but what? Well, there's this one thing. Let's say I forgot to tell them something, and now I fear it's too late. Well, tell us then. We'll keep it to ourselves. We only hope to solve the case, that's all. Well, you see, when I found the man, there was also this other thing on him besides the knife. I was curious, I suppose, and I wasn't really thinking clearly. Scopes reaches inside his jacket, pulls out a torn piece of paper, and shows it to us. I was right. There was a note stabbed into his chest. Look at the note. Day British Swain. That's odd. Torn here, too. He says, a knife was stuck right through it, but you couldn't read the text. So this is where he pulled the note out, is what happened. Knife was struck right through it, but you couldn't read the text, so I pulled at it, trying to flatten it, and accidentally ripped it off. I realized I had to call for help so people wouldn't get to suspect me for the crime. When the guard came, and then the police, I just pocketed the note. Figured I'd be in trouble if I showed it to them, you know. Well, have you shown it to anyone else? Nobody. Do you think I should take it to the police? No, not yet. Keep it in a safe place for now. We thank Mr. Scopes and head back out with him. Wiggins is not too concerned. He's like, you just keep the evidence in case we need it. All right, so I noticed one other weird thing that he said. Okay, but the note says, Day British Swain. Can someone look up that word, Swain? I've never heard of it. I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean here. Is it someone's name? Is it a word that we don't know? The other thing that was weird... The other thing that was weird is how he described finding the body. We say, we heard it was you that found the body, and he says, I was on my way here when I saw this chap sitting by the park gate. I said something to him like, rough night, mate. And then he saw there was a knife. So, by his description, he's just sitting by the park gate. Whereas the scene of the crime by Lestrade was described to us like he was hanging up on the gate. So maybe one of them is exaggerating. Probably, sounds like the police or the whatever are exaggerating, because this one, he's like, he doesn't see anything wrong with him. He just think he's like leaning up against the gate having a rough night. So he noticed that he was like leaning or something, but it didn't look like he was staged to this guy. And okay, so chat says, Anna says pig is the word, is swain. You think swain means pig? John says, if we look from his house to the docks, does the park make sense for a shortcut? That's an interesting question. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's where his house is. So we went through the park to the docks. This is where, it's nice that Jonathan pointed out, because this is where actually plotting places on a map helps, because that makes sense. That helps us feel more confident that he's telling us the truth. I did notice when we said, did you have anything else of note? He was like, who said anything about a note? Like, that was suspicious. We were going to comment on that, except for the fact that he coughed up and admitted it all right away. All right, let me just bring my chat here so I can put it on screen if I want. Let's see if it works. Yeah, my new system works pretty well. Okay, that's what Jonna asked, and then Jonathan, we were just getting confirmation from Anna. That's what she was talking about when she translated Swain. All right. Well, now we know what the note said, but we don't know why. Someone was obviously trying to say something. But what? We found the witness. We've gone to the closest docks. Maybe it's time to look back in the newspaper and see a little bit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking myself, Jonathan. All right, let's read a bit more newspaper. We've got some marriages. On the 14th of this month at the parish church, Isleworth, George Thomas Peterkin of Wimbledon to Jessie Caroline, fourth daughter of the late George Burchett of Kew. On the 15th of February at Christ Church, Brondesbury, by the Reverend C. Dale Williams, M.A., Vicar E.F. Gossage, Esquire, son of F.H. Gossage, Esquire of Camp Hill, Woolton, to Emily Lewis, daughter of William Jackson, Esquire, Chief Manager, Chartered Mercantile Bank of India, London and China. All right, we've got some deaths. On the 11th, Glenn Whipple, age 38, interred Sunday the 16th at Tower Hamlets Cemetery by grace of the Seaman Hospital Society. Friends may kindly make a charitable donation. So here's someone who died 2 days, who died on the 11th, buried on the 16th. So this guy actually would match our 5 to 6 day old body. Aged 38, that also matches our age, right? So the age matches of the body and the date roughly matches how old the body is. These other two died too frequently. On the 15th at Newcomen Street, Terence Edmund Henry, deeply lamented. Foreign and Colonial Papers, please copy. On the 16th, of this month of influenza, Grace Penelope, beloved wife of Albert Durbin, in her 69th year, interment at Norwood Cemetery. Then this doesn't tell us how this guy died. This does seem promising. Glenn Whipple. Well, then let's stop here and consider whether we want to visit this, try to track down. So let's make a page for newspaper. Okay, Glenn Whipple. So we could visit his family. We could visit the cemetery. They should be able to tell us if he was dug up. And then Siemens Hospital. It says by the grace of Siemens Hospital. So does that mean they paid for the burial? Does that mean he was related to them? British Swain, just spelled wrong, although Swain is not a pig, but the one who looks after them, but the meaning is roughly the same. Okay, so this was either written by someone... So Anna's conclusion is that this was written by someone not quite literate, doesn't know how to spell, or made to look like someone who doesn't know how to spell. Interesting. Okay. Or it's an old English spelling that we're not familiar with. Okay, so let's get some details on Glenn Whipple. Let's look up his home address if we have it. Okay, so I see a Flo Whipple, who's at 68 East. If we wanted to go that direction, but I think the cemetery seems more promising. Tower Hamlets Cemetery. There's no Tower Hamlets Cemetery. I was thinking that most of these directories are the same, but there are some differences. And if the authors used the old version, it would pay for us to have the old version of the directory on hand. Let me see if I just look up cemetery. There's no entry for cemetery. I find that hard to believe. Like, where are the cemeteries? There's no... Some of you have digital versions of the directory. I suppose we could look at that. What about the Siemens Hospital Charity? Okay, I see Siemens Charity, 10 South. So that looks promising. We can at least go visit the charity. I kind of want to go to that cemetery, though. I'm not sure if we can, though. I mean, at least we've got one lead on him. Tower Hamlet Cemetery. Doesn't seem to be an entry. During the break, I will get out the old directory just in case we want to check out if there is a place not in the new directory. Okay, well, I like this lead. I think it's worth chasing down. I'd rather go to the cemetery if we could find it, but having not seeing it, let's go to the Siemens Hospital Charity and see what they can tell us about our Glenn Whipple, and if he might be our body. 10 south. 10 south is 170. 10 south, 170 is the Siemens charity. Okay, well, there is an entry for it. 170. After we've explained that we would like to ask a few questions about Glenn Whipple, Reverend Jotham Eshelman, an American chaplain at Siemens Hospital Society, leads us into an empty room whose walls are lined with vases of decaying flowers. This is reading room, he informs us. Oh, this reading room, he informs us. Sorry. This reading room, he informs us, is sadly not as frequented as it ought to be. We seat ourselves around a table while Wiggins politely, but to the annoyance of the rest of us, turns down an offer of tea and biscuits. Our society's aim, the Reverend begins, is to provide a refuge from the earthly pursuits, which unfortunately the majority of maritime workers tend to resort to when not engaged in what casual labor they might find. They come here for religious instruction, prayer, reading, self-education. We demand of them only one thing, temperance. An inebriated man is a blind man, incapable of recognizing God's gifts. Well, how about Mr. Whipple specifically? Wiggins asks. What was his relationship to your society? Glenn Whipple joined us last year. Around May or June, I believe he had just returned to London at the time, having worked on merchant vessels somewhere in the colonies. He showed a growing interest in the good path, attending my sermons quite frequently towards the end. And what was your impression of him? A quiet, duteous man from somewhere up north. He seemed to keep to himself, which isn't necessarily a disadvantage, mind you, when one sets course for the haven of God's wisdom. By and by, I understood that he wasn't in good health. Occasionally, I asked him how he was getting on, if he was in need of counsel. He always declined. Doing much better this week, thank you, he'd say. That was about the length and breadth of our conversations. But every time I saw him, he seemed to have lost another half stone. He could hardly have been very successful in finding work in that condition, poor soul. But he duly paid his weekly levies to our funeral fund, which was fortunate. An ailing, solitary man like him would have been sure to end in a pauper's grave. So it would... Oh, there's more. May we please ask you to tell us about the circumstances surrounding his death? Oh, it was quite early in the morning, a week ago on the 11th it was. 3 dockers brought his body here. They said they were with him in the line outside one of the wharves, waiting to be selected for work. Whipple collapsed, apparently, right there on the street. They feared he was dying, so they brought him here. Before we could get hold of a doctor, he was dead. The chaplain turns towards the window, solemnly shaking his head. They talk about science, progress, and ever-brightening future, don't they? But Whipple's fate is still too common among many young men. He turns and shakes an admonishing index finger at us, adding, "Yet we must always abide in the assurance that the good Lord knows when to call his sheep home." After due contemplation of these words, Wiggins asks, "Do you know where Mr. Whipple lodged?" "I believe I've heard mentioned the name of some squalid lodging house, but I cannot recall it now. In any case, we decided to keep him here in waiting for the funeral." The chaplain looks around the room and remembers. "On this very table, in fact, a midwife was sent for. She washed him and laid him out. The local undertaker arrived, took the measurements, and delivered the coffin the next day. It took some time to locate a relative, and the odor was becoming rather pungent in here. But eventually a doctor gave us the name of Mr. Whipple's younger sister, who came here and confirmed it was indeed her brother. It appeared to me that they hadn't been very close." Again, the chaplain's gaze is turned to the hubbub of the street outside. Families, traditions, all ripped apart by the specter of modernity." "And how about the funeral, Reverend?" "Well, the man was buried at Hamlet's Cemetery." Oh, not Tower Hamlets, just Hamlet's. Okay, let's make a note of that. "The undertaker called early on Sunday. I was only barely awake myself, with a rather sad ceremonial rig. A ramshackle hearse, drawn by a horse that itself seemed fit for sepulchre. And I'm pretty sure the vulgar-looking pallbearers smelled of liquor, to be quite frank. Still, it was better than nothing. I said a prayer for Whipple before they closed the lid and carried him away. And that was the last I saw of the man. May his soul rest in peace." "So you didn't conduct the funeral yourself?" "No, I was needed elsewhere. The Good Samaritan's work is never done, I fear." We thank Reverend J. Eshelman for sharing his valuable time and are led back out onto Jamaica Road into the swarms of pipe-smoking laborers, bonnetless women, and shoeless children. There's a little illustration there of some of the shoeless children, although that kid looks like he's got shoes. All right, so this sounds like our guy. He's all perfumed up, been dead for a while, starting to smell. He's got a younger sister who came. That could be Flo in the directory. Just going to note, is that Flo? He's buried at Hamlet's Cemetery, not Tower Hamlet's. So Hamlet's Cemetery, you might want to look up that and see if we can find it. And then this is kind of interesting because the pallbearers are drunk, sort of questionable men. And so I wonder, vulgar-looking pallbearers, did they take the body for their own use? Is this the weak link in the chain where someone decided, okay, we can use this body for something? We don't know how he died, but it does seem consistent with dying of some health illness, like liver problems. And then we're told he was with some other dock workers. It doesn't seem that important for us. My gut tells me it wasn't important who this was. They just wanted a body. If I had to guess at what's going on here, I would guess that it's someone doing some politics, trying to rile up tribal concerns. All right, so I think we might want to look up the sister. Or the Hamlet's Cemetery to get a lead on that's the last place the body would have been seen. Anything else here jump out at you as being worth paying attention to? He paid into his funeral fund so that he could be... I suppose knowing what his old work was might be important. He was a maritime sea worker. So the maritime organization might know a little bit of his history if it looks like this is personal. So far, I have no reason to believe it's personal. He wasn't killed. He was hanging around weak for many years, whatever. So if someone wanted to hurt him, they would have done it. The fact that they're attacking his body makes me think they're just looking for anybody to make a scene, make it look like he was killed by the Indians. So let's now look up Hamlet's Cemetery, since I looked that up wrong, or I looked up the wrong name earlier. Let's see if we can find a Hamlet Cemetery. Hamlet Cemetery, 72 East. Okay. So 72 East. We'll definitely want to go there. I suspect the pallbearers, but it could be someone at the cemetery. And then also the sister, Flo, is at 68 East. All right. Jonathan says the other thing that we were told is he arrived in May or June. Okay. Let's write that down. May or June of last year. Okay. Beaten, not much face left. So were they trying to disguise his face so people wouldn't recognize him? Otherwise, you would think, well, that's a personal attack to cut up someone's face out of anger. But the other reason to do it would be if you're trying to disguise the face. Okay, let's go to the cemetery. That seems to me... Where were we just at? 10 South? Let's make sure we mark that location, that church. 10 South. So there's the church that we exited out onto Jamaica Road, it said. So nearby, all in this area here. Okay, 72 East is the cemetery, which is right. Let's see, 71. 72. There's 73, 70, 71. Where is 72? Unless it's one of these green ones. Is it, can someone, Jonathan, who has the green map, tell me if, or has the digital map, whether 72 is one of these green areas? It wouldn't be surprising if it was here. Where's my other non-transparent stickers? Where's my digital map? I mean, I am prepared for these things. So it is green here, but not, there it is. Hamlet Cemetery. Boy, this channel does well by you. Let's see. There's the better view of it. Okay, so there's Hamlet Cemetery. Oh, I see it's rotated. Let me go back up then. Okay, upper right is Hamlet Cemetery. It's this one right here. So we'll just put that there. We'll mark this as 72. Okay, so that's the cemetery right there. I think it makes sense for us to head over there to the cemetery. This is what I suspect where we think the body, if this is indeed our body, got stolen from. Okay, there's no end. Oh, because we have to look it up, not directly. 72 east. 72 east is 69. East is Hamlet Cemetery, which is number 69. There's 69. I do like that you've got the confirmation here that you're at the right place, right? Like you've looked up clue number 69 and then this confirms, okay, this, I haven't misread it. Here it is, says Cuthbert Raskin, gravedigger at Hamlet Cemetery. Buried this Sunday, he was. We stand by a modest gravestone in the poorer part of the cemetery where only a few inches separate one resting place from another. Above a simply carved figure of an anchor, an inscription reads, "In affectionate remembrance of Glenn Whipple, who died February 11th, 1890, aged 38 years." Were you present at the interment? Wiggins asks. Indeed, I did the dig up and the top up. Raskin answers with a self-contented nod. It's a tough going with the ground this cold, I'll tell you. Could you tell us about the ceremony? Cheap elm coffin, just a few people, a brother and a sister, I believe, a parson, a few bearers who could hardly stay upright, non-professionals. A quick affair. Undertaker was in a hurry to be gone too. And what was your impression of the brother and sister? Now you're asking a man who sees 3 funerals a day, mate. They were duly sad, I suppose. Brother was a bit vexed, too. Seems he regretted not having seen his brother for a long time. Well, there you go. You never know when Uncle Reaper comes a-knocking. We thank Raskin and make our way back through the gloomy burial grounds. Well, this is another woman mourning another body down at the other end of the ceremony. Well, was he dug up or not? This guy says he was actually buried. Okay, but now we're got wind that there's a brother and a sister. But this is not going in the angle I thought, because I thought for sure we were going to find that his body was not in the grave and that someone just used a random body. Whereas here, we're being encouraged to track down this guy's past life for some reason. His family. What do you make of this guy? I mean, he was there. He put the dirt on top of the grave. Did someone dig it up? Wouldn't he notice if it had been dug up? Like, even if someone dug it up and then refilled it, That's his work. He was there. He dug the original grave and put the dirt on. Wouldn't he say, hey, we're looking at it. It looks different. Like this makes it sound like a body wasn't dug up. Is this just a red herring? Is this not our body? Sure seems like it was our body, but I feel like the gravedigger would know if someone had re-dug up his grave. Let me see what the chat thinks about this. Jonathan has an alternate theory that they buried an empty box and took the body before they buried it. So you think you agree with me that the gravedigger would have noticed if someone's dug it up? He also said it's hard to dig this cold earth. That's a good point. So like no one would just be doing that. Okay, so either this is our wrong body or they took the body before it was buried, huh? He does say the undertaker was in a hurry to be gone too. I wonder what that's about. And confirms to us about... And a parson, so a different parson. Not the guy at our charity, but someone different. All right, I'm going to put a question mark. Parson, question mark. And then Jonathan's theory that they buried an empty coffin, perhaps. How are we going to find that out, though? What are the brother and sister going to know about the pallbearers and the pastor? Oh, they might know the pastor, right? They might say, yeah, we hired our own private pastor. But still, how are they going to give us... We are told that it was brought in a carriage with a horse that was barely alive. But wasn't that the cemetery's horse? Like we were told that a horse took it from the charity to the cemetery, an old dying horse. If the body was switched, it would have had to have been done in there. And why would you do that? And who would you... I mean, the parson is our best lead to know that, but still, that's tricky. That's a tricky angle to find. I mean, it does sound like maybe we could follow down his relatives, but I don't know how they're going to know. So Jonathan was saying, could we find an undertaker? I wonder. So there's no undertaker under you. Well, so the church is over here. The charity where his body was is over here. And then they brought him all the way up to the cemetery here. Funeral parlors. Like, was it... The channel is asking about funeral parlors. Like, was there perhaps who was hired to bring the body? Do we need to... I mean, I suppose if I think the logic tells us that we should trace down the leads we have first. The brother and the sister may be able to give us a lead on who they hired to bring the body to the cemetery, right? The cemetery is very far away. So does it not make sense that the brother and sister got called in and said, okay, we'll take it from here. Here's where we want it buried, and we'll use our pastor, and then they would have hired the company perhaps. So the only thing, so it seems like we should probably follow those leads first. The only thing I might want to remind myself about is how he was taken. It says, a man was buried at Hamlet Cemetery. Undertaker called early on Sunday. The undertaker called early on Sunday. Ceremonial rig, ramshackle hearse drawn by a horse that itself. So we want to find that undertaker, but I just assumed that the undertaker was related to the ceremony. Chat wants me to pay attention. Let's see. Could they have dumped the body right there at the park on the way to the cemetery? I see. Jonathan is saying, is it possible that the undertakers picked it up, dropped it off at the park? Well, no, that's not possible. Why do we know that's not possible? Because of the dates. So, bodies found Monday. This guy's buried on the 16th, 2 days ago. So that body was not sitting at the park for a day. Anna says, it wasn't, and Tina says it was 5 days ago. It was 5 days ago he died, but then he hung out at the church till the 16th. But it was still 2 days ago that he was buried. So I don't think he was actually buried, but he couldn't have been dropped off at the park on the way. All right. Anna says, let's find the... John says, I thought the body was found on a Sunday. Sunday would have been the 16th. It's true. Let's see. Where was our... As reported yesterday, was found on the park 7 o'clock in the morning of Sunday the 16th. Okay, Jonathan's right. Well, now that's interesting. 7 o'clock on the morning of the 16th. Wait a minute. What time does the undertakers come? Because if they're coming on the 16th, that almost had to be dropped off that very day. That on their way. The undertaker called early on Sunday, and the body was found at 7 a.m. on Sunday. So now that sounds more like they took him right from there, right to the park. On the way. I think Jonathan is right. So they basically picked up the body in the morning and went and buried an empty coffin and dropped the body off staged the body in the park. So we need to find that undertaker. How are we going to do that? Maybe through the siblings. All right, well, let's carve the chicken at its joints. We know about one relative, so perhaps we need to look her up. Joy Whipple. We don't know she's a relative, but we suspect. We may want to look more at the paper, too. 68 East. 68 East is 64. Okay, let's see what we've got here. In a narrow court off of Hanbury Street, we catch a thin woman in a dark blue shawl. Approaching her, Wiggins asks if she happens to be familiar with Glen Whipple. With a little girl tugging at her coal dusty apron, the woman inspects us with a steadfast gaze. "I'm his sister," she replies brusquely, "but he's dead. Why are you asking? You're friends of his?" "No, we didn't have the pleasure of knowing him," Wiggins says, speaking in his gentlest voice. "We're investigating a crime that coincided with your brother's unfortunate death, and we want to rule out any connection between the two." The woman's surprised. "A connection? My brother was no criminal, and he wasn't murdered, so that's that. Seems like a waste of time to me." "And you were at his funeral, I presume?" "Of course." "Could you tell us about it?" "It was good enough, I suppose. He got his own spot, headstone and all. Coffin looked nice. There was a parson preaching about resurrection, dust to dust, and so forth. The Seamen's Society paid for it. I could have gotten hold of a nicer undertaker, though." "Well, what was wrong with him?" Wiggins asks. "Well, he didn't show the proper respect. He sent a boy early in the morning, telling me to come straight to the cemetery. But the thing is that we were supposed to meet at the charity and walk with the hearse from there, so that was quite annoying. And then he wouldn't open the lid of the casket when Melvin wanted to have a last look at Glenn before they lowered him down. Said there was no time for that, and anyway, there'd be foul-smelling gases inside. And Melvin is our youngest brother. I let him know as soon as I got the news. He lives in Carlisle, where our family hails from. He made it there straight in time for the funeral, straight off the train, but he was mortified that he didn't get to have a last look at his brother." "Did you learn what your brother died from?" "I'd say he was sick with something. I saw him in his coffin at the charity. He was very thin, but he never mentioned personal problems. Too proud for that, Glenn." "And who else was at the funeral?" "Oh, just the pallbearers, men from the docks, I suppose. Didn't do much mourning, that lot. They were dead drunk and could hardly keep the coffin off the ground, making wicked jokes, too." "Did your brother leave anything behind? Brass, you mean?" Just the few shillings he had on him." A silence ensues. Wiggins finds an apple in one of his pockets and offers it to the little girl. She thrusts her face in the lap of her mother's dress. "Go on, take it, Cordelia," her mother urges her. After a few awkward attempts, Wiggins gives the apple to Miss Whipple instead, and we say goodbye. Oh, that was a sweet scene. All right, so that was significant for us, huh? So she complains about the undertaker. He says, "Go right away." They don't want the sister to ride along with the undertaker as they bring the horse to the cemetery, and they won't let them look in the casket. So it's as Jonathan surmised. The undertaker has rushed over to get the body, and on the way to bringing it to the cemetery, they've taken it out of the casket and planted it. So it's the undertaker that is our primary suspect for motives unknown. So how are we going to find this undertaker? The undertaker and his pallbearers, who are dock workers. So It's the undertakers and the dock workers. The front light sometimes shuts down. So Anna has a theory here. Maybe they swapped out the body to bury someone real. It doesn't. No, I don't buy it. That would be two things happening in one. It makes more like they're staging a body for a reason. So I don't think it would be too big of a coincidence that they were also burying someone important. All right, so Melvin is the brother. It doesn't sound like, I mean, he took the train in, probably he took the train back out, and I don't see why we would want to talk to him anyway. He doesn't have any extra information. But where does she talk about the pallbearers? He sent a boy in the early morning telling me to come right down. It's possible we could trace that boy on a cab. Did he send a boy in a cab? He sent a boy. Or we could try to find the pallbearers. The pallbearers from the docks. I mean, we've already went to the commercial docks. But the question is, how are we going to find this undertaker? He sent a boy. That would be one way we could try to track him down. Or we could find all undertakers. But there doesn't seem to be a directory for undertakers. They bought this quite a far distance. Where was she? 68 East. Let me just mark that on the map so we know where she sent that, where she got sent the boy to. 68 East. So that's where she lives. Kind of poor area. She's obviously not well off. So a boy was sent here to tell her to meet at the cemetery. So if we got lucky, the boy was sent in a cab. That just doesn't sound like the way you would send a boy, though, by a public cab. You would just send him, tell him to walk, or you'd bring your undertaker carriage with him. Porky Shinwell might know something about these people up to no good, burying, stealing bodies. If we had a list of undertakers, we could visit them. This is an interesting question about... Oh, the channel wants me to look at something. I see. Anna's theory is... Here's Anna's theory. That they wanted to bury a real murder victim without a trace. So Anna's theory is they want access to that coffin where they can hide a body. So I still don't buy it. Anna, your theory is that they just needed to get rid of this other body. And so they really just wanted the coffin access to hide a body. That's insane. Let's think about it. You've killed a body. You've killed a person. You want it to not be found. You could either Hire some men to dig up a shallow grave anywhere in the countryside. Bury the body, put dirt on it, it'll never be found. Or you could stage this elaborate swapping out of a body by intercepting a undertaker's hearse, swapping bodies, and then you've got this new stale body and you want to get rid of it. So the best way to do that is to stab it, make it look like a murder that's going to attract the attention of the police, stage it in a public park where anyone could see you staging it, put a note on it that's likely to draw attention. That is not the way to quietly bury a different body. That's just way too elaborate. John says the debate is coming from the fact that the coffin seems like it was still heavy. I don't, that doesn't seem like, that's not a big deal. The undertaker, the pallbearers are going to be in on this. Or they're drunk and don't notice, or they filled it with rocks. I mean, there's a million explanations for that. I think this was done because someone wanted to stage this scene, probably to rile up dock worker stuff. And so then this makes sense. Like, you need a body to stage pretend a murder, so you need a recent body. You don't want to go kill someone. That's much too much trouble. It's easier to just steal a body. So you steal a body from a poor person who no one's going to pay any attention to. All right, but we still need to find this undertaker and or pallbearers. And it's not clear exactly how to do this. It might be time to go back to the newspaper, but let's take our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan was reminding me to get the directory from the older original edition. I've never seen a first edition London directory, by the way. Second edition is the earliest I've ever seen anywhere. If anyone ever finds a first edition, probably first edition meant you bought it from Sleuth Publications before they actually started distributing it, because I believe this was in the earliest versions I've ever seen for sale. I do not see any extra section for undertakers. Or funeral homes. So nothing immediately jumps out as making our life any easier. The second edition directory you'll see doesn't have a separate commercial thing in the back like our new Space Cowboys version does. The commercial things are just listed alphabetically alongside the residentials, which in some ways makes it easier, because if you wanted to look up undertakers, you'd look up undertaker, and then you might look if there's a business address or another one, which there isn't. Okay, so we'll just put this aside. We were talking in the chat about areas to pursue this same lead. Sorry, let me go here. Wasn't the first edition just a ring binder with papers? No. The ring binder version of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is still you can still find that for sale on eBay. I have a copy as well. But this naming of the London Directory second edition, this second edition is not in reference to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective set. They just started calling the directory the second edition of their directory at some point. And all of the versions of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective that I've seen, all of the old ones, including my 3-ring binder version, still uses second edition directory. I've never seen a first edition directory. I don't know if it exists in the wild. I mean, someone probably has it, but it could have been an internal document that never got sold. They originally started selling the game out of their shop. They had a game shop, and so you might imagine that there was original playtesters, and maybe they were using the first edition. Okay, so we were talking in the chat about some theories for how we might track these people. The drunk pallbearers, we could find them in dock worker pubs. We could try to find the other church where the other parson came from. And Tina was saying about how they couldn't pick up the coffin. I don't remember reading that, but I could have missed it. Jonathan was saying maybe we should visit the boarding house where he lived. I think that, I don't think his life is, I'm not ruling out the possibility that the details of his life are important. But to me, it sounds like they're not. That's my intuition. So I feel like let's leave that for last, including tracking down his brother, which I don't think we can find his brother. We might be able to, but I don't think he has any relevant information for us. I think what we have to do is find those undertakers. The undertaker sent a boy to her house to get her, to tell her, so another avenue of attack is to find that boy that was sent. And he might have been sent in a cab, so that's a possibility. But I think what I'd like to do is, so we could try to find the pallbearers. We know they're dock workers and drunk, so we could try to find pubs that dock workers hang out in, or we could go to the different docks and see if we can locate them. We could track the cab logs for the boy that was sent. That seems a little bit unlikely to me. We could try to find the parson that was hired and gave the service. To me, there's something suspicious about that. Like the church guy didn't do it himself, but I could be wrong. And maybe he was just saying he sent someone else at the church. But I'd really like to find that undertaker, but we can't find him in the directory. I think what I'd like to do is go back to the news and read a little more news and see if maybe we get lucky that there's an ad for The Undertaker, or it might actually be time to look at some of the international stories about India or dock workers to see if maybe, or letters to the editor, to see if there's some dock struggle that is going to be contextually relevant for our case. But let's just make our way through here. So we read about deaths in the newspaper. Now, I see some stuff that looks interesting to us. Funerals by Charles Kane, in or out of London. I mean, that could be relevant. He could have been who they hired to do the funeral. But what's this? Cremation Embalmment Funerals. Winston Rawson, proprietor of the Reformed Funerals Company. Burials in and out of London. Qualified staff. Constant attendance. Telegrams to Winston Rawlinson, London, Reformed Funeral Company. Cases, caskets, coffins, and cabinets. Competitive rates. H. Dannenberg undertakes the conduct of funerals in their entirety. We've got three candidates here for our undertaker. Right? Those look promising. And then maybe they hired out at Gainsford for the funeral coffin. Probably not. All right, but we've got two very good candidates. And now what is this last one? In memoriam, most lovely floral wreaths, crosses of fresh flowers for London or country, and a wide selection of decorative flowers for the home. Waldenbach. Doesn't sound particularly relevant for us. Let's read a little bit more newspaper while we're here. Miscellaneous. Inventors assisted in securing, carrying out, and disposing of their inventions. Messrs. Brown and Company, British and Foreign Patent Agents, 9 and 10, Southampton Buildings, West Central. Pamphlets free. Pamphlets gratis. Established 1849. Royal Botanic Society of London, Gardens, Regent's Park. The next meeting for the election of fellows will take place on Saturday next, February 22nd. Nomination papers of candidates should be forwarded to the secretary before 3 o'clock on that day. The Anglo-Indian Club gives notice that the second installment of the open lecture series, A Case for Enhancing Possibilities for Economic Self-Advancement of the Indian Raj by Sister Manali tonight is cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. That sounds like it might be canceled because there's some infighting or fighting between the Indians and the British dock workers or something. Caution, the Stedman's soothing powders. The proprietor feels it necessary to give a special caution against imitations of this family medicine. Purchasers, for their own security, are requested to carefully observe in every case that the words John Steedman, chemist, Walworth, Surrey, are engraved on the government stamp affixed to each packet, without which they are not genuine. So someone's counterfeiting Steedman's soothing powders. Okay. Situations. Coachman requires situation. Thoroughly capable and trustworthy. Unmarried, age 36. Height 5'6", weight 12 stone. FP 42 Trinity Street. Well, here's a coachman that could be driving that funeral thing, or it could be bringing the boys. Butler, 22 years, first-rate character, unmarried, age 60, height 5 foot. Town or country, HB 89 Queens Walk Southwest. Cook, housekeeper, requires re-engagement, age 51, excellent references, 16 years, town preferred. Inquire V. Ballard, 20 St. James Road. It's very common that we see this. It's an interesting little thing that you wouldn't have thought of, but whenever we see ads placed in not just this newspaper, but other newspapers, so it must be real, the servants always say whether they will work in the town or the country, and if they have a preference. Construction, the firm of Barford and Crowell is hiring competent men to begin renovation of the dockyard basin. Undertaker. Minimum 3 years experience to undertake highest level of craft and esteem. Apply in person at Reformed Funeral Company. So at the At the Reformed Funeral Company, they want an undertaker. And then here they are putting an ad for business. Qualified staff. They haven't even hired an undertaker yet. That sounds suspicious. Yeah, Reformed Funeral Company. Reformed Funeral Company. That is a suspicious place. All right, let's read these personals. Personal NC, meaning etc. Zeta. Okay, we have no idea what this is. Synod, father not well, right. Thomas Dangerfield, Major, and Lady Elizabeth Sullivan, nay Major. Nay meaning now she's going to be called Major? Is that what is this abbreviation NE accent E mean? I believe she's saying now, or her married name is now going to be Major, but I'd love to know what the actual word that this is telling us is. What is that? Are requested in their own interest to communicate their whereabouts to P.J.J. Kaz, barrister, Amsterdam, trustee of the unclaimed estate of Mrs. K.C. Weigermans, widow of Mr. W. Major of Sarabia, who died on her voyage to the Netherlands on the 15th of August, 1885. Thinis Conradi says, nay refers to her maiden name, so her previous name. I see. So it's saying, let me see if I make sure I understand this. So it's saying Lady Elizabeth Sullivan, her maiden name was Major? Or is it saying this name was her maiden name and now her name is Major? It's a little confusing because you would think her new name, is she the wife of Thomas? So is her new name Major? And her previous name was Sullivan? Or vice versa? Major was her maiden name. Okay, so maybe this is like father and daughter. Maybe that's what it is. Anna's agreeing. Okay, so this is like father and daughter, and so Elizabeth Sullivan, whose maiden name, whose mother's name before she was married was Major. Okay, NEE. Do we know what that's an abbreviation for? All right, continuing with our personals. Well, we had a little etymology lesson there. DG, knock, knock, I'll knock again. H. Is this Holmes talking to someone, or is that something we don't know? £1 reward, a lady's gold half-hunter watch with engraved back and short gold chain and scale, lost on Thursday afternoon, February 13, in Regent Street or Sloane Street. Apply to P. Nugent, 25 Lupus Street, Southwest. Okay, is this a side case we can take on and try to find this watch and get ourselves a gold pound? And Tina says that the NEE is French, perhaps. And then when Anna saw this, she said, don't forget the watch ad. All right, let's continue here. Trade notices. Mr. Litchfield, antiquarian, St. George's Road, begs to give his patrons and collectors of objects d'art notice of his return from a journey through Spain, where he has been more than usually successful in purchasing some fine specimens of old French furniture, old Spanish cabinets, carved mirrors, quaint tables, beautiful old embroideries, tapestries, enamels on gold and copper, etc. These are now arranged for sale in Mr. Litchfield's old established gallery in St. George's Road. Sounds like we might want to visit there and see what he's got. Okay, there was the scuffle we already read about at the West India docks, which we haven't visited yet. We went to the commercial docks, but not the West India docks. Can someone tell us what an Indian Lascar is? I mean, I'm gathering this is just another name for the dock workers, the Indian dock workers. Okay, at Marleybone, Joseph Rowley, giving his age as 69 but looking much younger, was charged with begging at Fitzjohn's Avenue, Hampstead. Prisoner was a crossing sweeper and was well known at this court. Many complaints had reached the police of the annoyance ladies and gentlemen had received at the hands of the prisoner. A witness informed the magistrate that the prisoner's conduct was so bad that ladies and gentlemen were afraid to pass by him, his language being abominable. On one occasion, he threw his broom at the witness's sister as she was passing him on horseback and tried to throw her off her horse. An application for release on bail was dismissed. Okay, so that's page 1 of the newspaper we're done with, and we're going to stop here. We've got page 2 to read later. That's the watches for the blind. All right, so, we don't want to put this away. So we got a bunch of leads in the newspaper to track down our undertakers. So let's find their addresses. Let's summarize them and find their addresses. All right, so looking at our newspaper stuff, we've got Charles Kane. We don't know his address. We've got Winston Rawlinson. Rawlinson of the Reformed Funerals. Okay, no address given there, but here, yes. And here's our undertaker. 50 George Street, Northwest. So that is our best, most attractive lead here. Coachman, yeah, we might want to check that out. Here we have another coffin builder. So let's make a note of that person. We might want to follow that up along with these same leads. Dannenberg. 11S. These are coffins. And then flowers, not really. Okay, so there we go. Let us see if we can find this undertaker. So far, you have to say, the writing in this case has been really quite good and authentic sounding. Okay, let's track down Winston Rawlinson Reformed Funerals, which sounds very suspicious given that they're hiring out for an undertaker while still pretending to have people who have been well trained and working for years. Okay, 50 Northwest. 50 Northwest is where? Wait, what? There's no 50. How can that be? Did I read that wrong? That can't be. 50 George Street Northwest, but there's no 50. All right, well, this is one of these things where we're going to search the PDF because We gotta make sure, because it sounds like we should be able to find that. Let's look also up for Reformed Funeral Company, although it's in the newspaper, so it wouldn't be surprising if it didn't have an entry in the directory. That's sort of the way. Yeah, it's not in the directory. I am going to open up the, if someone has, oh, you don't have it because it's not public yet. All right, let me see if I can't search for, what do we want? 50. Are there spaces here when it lists an address? Let me just see here. Let's find our 4 space. So 50 Northwest is how it would be looked at. No. Okay. So it's very surprising to me that we can't find Winston Ralston Reform Funeral Company, 50 George Street Northwest. Okay. Telegrams, Winston Rawlinson. Let me just see if that's a person that we can get to. Rawlinson. There is a Winston Rawlinson, but it's 50 Northwest. That's the same address that we're trying to go to that we can't. Okay, so that's a bit troubling. You would think that the game would have that entry even if it was not related. If it's the wrong place to go, that's fine, but there should be an entry there. So that's weird. That's weird that the game doesn't have an entry, but let's try our other places. Maybe that's not the Undertaker. Let's try Funerals by Charles Kane. Let's see if we can find Charles Kane. No entry. That's surprising to me. We could look up Rawlinson if we thought that there might be a bug in it, but let's leave that for later. Let's see if Charles Kane can be found. Charles Kane is 32 Southeast. All right. Can we visit Charles Kane, 32 Southeast? There's no 32. Okay. All right. Boy, these leads looked so good a minute ago. How about... Wow, those are our funeral directors. How can our one Undertaker not be an entry? All right, let's look up the casket maker. Maybe he can tell us that he made a casket for someone. Caskets, coffins. Okay, 11 South. Horny Lane, 11. All right, well, we do finally have an 11. 11 South, 228. And that is our Dannenberg coffins. Okay, 228. Let's see if he can give us a lead on our funeral directory. All right, well, we got a nice hefty entry here, so let's fingers crossed. We enter into a back alley shared by a sickly-looking gray jade and an assortment of well-used horse carts. Okay, this may be our horse. A sickly-looking gray jade. Could this be the horse that carried the thing? I think they're talking about a horse here. And an assortment of well-used horse carts. We make our way to the cabinet shop, and after a few knocks, the door is opened by a cockeyed young man clad in a carpenter's outfit, chisel in hand. Yeah? Could we speak to Mr. Hiram Dannenberg, please? Wiggins asked. About funeral or cabinet? Wiggins decides to be a little sneakier. Funeral. Yeah, funeral we're after. All right, but Master's not in a good mood. We're led through a workshop. Crammed. It sounds like we found someone doing he's doing funeral work out of the back here, too. We're led through a workshop crammed with cabinets and coffins in different stages of completion and into a back room where Hiram Dannenberg, a thick-set, mustachioed man in his 50s, lays sprawled on a settee. Some boys here want to chat. Mr. Dannenberg gives a start and looks up in our direction, trying to focus his gaze. Yes, he lets out, feebly hiccuping. The assistant leaves us, and Dannenberg makes an effort to sit up, steadying himself on the back of the settee. He's obviously soaked, meaning drunk. Struggling to apply a concerned frown on his face, he inquires in a shaky voice, have you been bereaved of late? Mr. Dannenberg, Wiggins says sharply, were you engaged as an undertaker for the funeral of Glenn Whipple? The undertaker flinches. Whipple? Why? Is it who? Mr. Glenn Whipple, buried at Hamlet Cemetery. Suddenly very annoyed, Dannenberg bursts out. Listen, I'm the undertaker. We undertakers, we take care of the dead. We're not the ones who do the killings and all that wickedness. That's what others do. Something seems to click in his mind. Are you from the police? Don't worry, Wiggins assures him. If you didn't do it, there's no harm in telling. What happened to Whipple? Dannenberg slumps back in the settee, his gaze growing dim again. I don't know what they were up to. They came with a cart full of linen, and he shivers, to ask a favor for old time's sake. And when they saw him lying there, someone had the bright idea that they could make use of him. Make use of him how, Dannenberg? Like he was some animal cadaver, and there's a woman, too. Jumping Jesus, it was too much. A bloody drunken mess, but I didn't drink nothing myself. I refused. These people, everyone knows to stay away from them, but when they turn up at your doorstep, what can you do? Mr. Dannenberg, I didn't even look. I just wanted it to be done and gone. My hands are clean. Look, no blood. 'Cause I didn't do nothing. You understand? Dannenberg reaches for a bottle which isn't there. He sighs, fixes his eyes on the floor, and begins rubbing his left temple. I don't drink, you see. I'm just a hard-working man. Been working all my life. God forgive me if I ever did anything wrong. But I only drove the blooming hearse, didn't I? I never put her in there. They did. Who was the woman you mentioned? Was she dead too? I don't know who she was. And I don't want to know. I'm a hard-working man. I told you already. Please leave me now. Dannenberg lies down again and turns his body away from us. There's no danger, Dannenberg. We quite understand you're an honorable man. We only need to know who they were, the people who did those horrible things to Whipple and the woman. Dannenberg gives us a look of utter fear, curls up into a fetal position, and cries into the back of the settee. Oh, I shouldn't have told you anything. I have nothing to do with them. I drove the hearse, that's all. Go away. Leave me. Mr. Be gone! The undertaker screams up at us, pinning us with his red eyes. As we realize the interview has reached a dead end, the cockeyed assistant appears in the doorway and escorts us out. This might be hyphenated. and escorts us out. Before closing the door, he leans in and whispers, "I'd ask around at the docks." All right, so we found our Undertaker. We see now he was pressured into letting these hooligans do this thing. And they are like criminal underworld hooligans that pressured him. Now, he also talks about a woman, which started to sound like it was Anna's theory. Kind of sounded like they were burying a woman in that casket. But they're saying they're making use of him, so they're not making use of the coffin. So this gets back to our theory that they were using the body, like he was some animal cadaver. And he says, then there's a woman too, but he doesn't tell us about the woman. I was starting, the way it sounded like, it almost sounded like they did put the woman in the coffin like Anna thought. But Wiggins seems to think he's talking about a woman who's dead. He says, I don't know who she was. She's definitely dead at this point. So we've got a dead woman, but are they talking about a dead woman that was put in the coffin, or a dead woman that they left somewhere? Wiggins says, did horrible things to Whipple and the woman, but this isn't what the Undertaker said. The Undertaker didn't say they did horrible things to a woman, right? And he says, I never put her in there. So I think a woman was put in the coffin, just like Anna theorized. Are they? It sounds like they're talking about putting a woman in the coffin. And then the assistant is telling us to ask around at the docks. And he's afraid of them. So they're definitely criminal people. And they were all drunk. And they came with a cart full of linen. What's that about? They came with a cart full of linen to ask a favor. Then they saw him lying there, and then they had the idea they could use him. Why is the cart important? I never put her in there. They did. Who was the woman? Was she dead? We ask, was she dead? And he says, I don't know who she was. I don't want to know. She must have been dead, because he would have freaked out if they actually killed her in front of him or put a woman alive in the thing. He would have totally freaked out. All right. Let's make sure we identify where on the map this illegal funeral undertaker person is. 11 South. So it makes sense. They've hired the undertaker from nearby and then driven him up here where they buried a fake box. Can we get some confirmation from the chat? I think Antina was saying that the the coffin was heavy. Do you think there was someone in that? Do you think now that there was someone in there? I was so convinced it was a crazy idea, but now I'm not so sure if they didn't put that woman in there. All right, well, the worker says to go talk to the docks. Let's just remind ourselves, where are there docks near this whole thing? What's over here? What have we got? Katarina docks. London docks. New Basin. Okay, so we've got 2 docks nearby this neighborhood. So if this is where our undertaker is, and they were dock workers, it would be quite likely that one of these 2 docks was involved. Those seem like good candidates to go down. I think it might pay at this point to also look if there's any bars in the south or east. Let's see, what would we do? Like, got a whole bunch of docks in the east. Catherine, whatever, okay. Now what about pubs near those places in the east? Yeah, we've got a bunch here. 73 east. Let's see. If we were looking for pubs near the docks, we would be looking for 50s. I don't know what this one is. 50s, 60s. So public houses, we've got 48 east, the Nag's Head. 5 south, 25 south. Where's 48 east? How close to that? These drunk people. Not too close. What about south? 25 south. So we do have a pub here near the park. All right, well, the pubs might be a place we want to check out at some point, but they don't seem to be screaming out for us to go to next. And Tina says, did the Undertaker say she's dead? It sounded like they put the dead woman in the coffin. It doesn't sound like she was alive. It sounds like maybe Anna's crazy theory that I argued that I invade against has some better possibilities now. John says, it's unclear. I read it as she was dead, hidden under the linens. They were coming to have him dispose of the body. That is a very good reading. That's very clever, Jonathan. So Jonathan is saying, he tells us they came to him as a favor. So Jonathan's theory is they came to him with a body in these linens to dispose of. And then they saw this body and they're like, all right, this is perfect. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can make use of the body from the guy and you bury this woman. So it's 2 birds with 1 stone. It's Anna's theory and this at the same time. That's a very clever reading, Jonathan, about the linens being used to hide the body. All right, well, let's see if we can't... let's do what the Undertaker's assistant said. Let's stop by these 2 docks that are right near us and see if we can't ask some questions and get some people agitated. So the closest local docks is 93 south, and London Docks is 94 south. There's the Royal Mint. All right, let's see what we've got here. So looking at this, there's no 93 and no 94, so that does not help us. What other docks are there? The East India Docks is 99. There is an entry for 99. It would be 99 East that we were going for. What else do we have here? West India Docks. 97 East. And the Outer Docks. 98 East. The directory actually has a good entry of all the docks, so we could just see. So the commercial docks we already went to. All the other docks are right next to each other. From 93, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So from 93 East to 99 East are the docks. So we could visit the two docks in the east, 97 and 90, 97 and 99. 97 is the West India and 99 is East India. Okay, the two India docks, since this body seems to have been, it looks like the dock workers trying to rile up problems with the East India docks, maybe to get rid of workers, competitors. Get rid of the immigrants so that they get the jobs. I think that would be a reasonable possibility here. All right, let's visit these places. Let's start from 97 East is 251. And then 99 East is 198. Okay, let's go to those places. Let's see what we've got. All right. So we're going to the West India, East India dock. Here's our East India docks. Some of the largest ships we see in the entire dock area are anchored in the basins of the East India docks. Hydraulic cranes erected alongside the quays are constantly at work unloading goods from the steamships, several of which fly Australian flags. Apparently, the ships that dock here are not exclusively on a British Indian route. This is confirmed by the dockmaster, whom we catch in his office. It was well before my time that these docks only catered for the East India trade. Nowadays, we take any business we get. Who's in charge of the recruitment of the ship's crews? Wiggins asks. Oh, that'll be the steamship companies. They recruit the seamen while the dock companies hire the stevedores, carters, and porters. The men who load and unload the ships. Do you know which ship companies hire Indian Lascars to work on their vessels? Well, more or less all those with the eastbound steamers. Going to the Orient, the Far East, and Australia, Jardine and Matheson, for one. We know Jardine and Matheson is a shipping company. So we might talk to them about their hiring of the Indian workers. Maybe we'll learn a little bit about any trouble hiring the Indian Lascars. And that's the end of that entry. So 99 East, which was number 198, tells us to check Jardine and Matheson about the Indian Lascars. That's chasing down the angle that the knife was Indian origin. All right, let's visit the other dock. 251. Okay, there's no entry for 251. So assuming that was right, 251. Let me just make sure we were supposed to be in the east. Yes, that was east. Okay, so no entry. 97 East, which was the West India dock, has no entry. We did not find our dock workers in this on the east map. He said check the docks, and we checked the docks and we really got nothing. We may have to go try to track down some of the pubs near the docks after all. But we could check out Jardine and Matheson first to see if they can fill us in. Let me just look up Jardine and Matheson first. Jardine and Matheson are 15 EC. Let me just run this down so I don't forget. Jardine, Matheson, 15 EC. 15 EC is 230. Okay, here's 230. At Jardine, Matheson and Company, we find a representative who reluctantly agrees to answer a few questions, but as soon as we bring up the issue of ship crews and Lascars, he's ready to shut down the conversation. For all I know, you might head straight to the papers with my answers. The situation is tense as it is. Wiggins does his best to convince the man that we're only trying to help a detective solve a case. Eventually, he concedes. All right, so what is it that you want to know exactly? Who's in charge of the recruitment of crews aboard your ships? Well, we are, of course, although we might sometimes use the service of an external agent. And when would that be the case? Well, for recruiting, across the language barrier, so to speak. I see. Do you employ the services of any such agents at the moment? Well, we might, but I'd rather not be too specific. And why is that? Have your agents been threatened and harassed? Well, if they get themselves into trouble now and then, that's part of the game, I guess. These men, they're not always uncomplicated to deal with, even for us. You've been having problems with their services, I take it. Well, let's just say we've learned not to extend payment in advance. Wiggins nods his head silently, waiting for the man to elaborate, but instead he asks us. So, you boys work for a detective? Indeed, the famous Sherlock Holmes. I see. Maybe we could use his help. No, it'll have to wait. Anyway, I think I've said everything I'm going to say on the matter. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. Okay, sounds like he's got a problem. And he says, maybe we could use your help. That's intriguing. Is it because someone's missing? Or help figuring out, like, yeah, I think we've got we're confirming our theories that someone is making trouble for the Indians, maybe so they can get work. But it was troubling that we didn't find. He said they used the services of recruitment across the language barrier. The service of an external agent. Did we see anything like that in the paper? We did find the coachman. It doesn't really help us. This article about India we may want to check out. All right, let's see what theories the chat has come up with. And it says, I'm thinking, if you kill someone, only ditch the body somewhere, there's a possibility someone will find it. The dog digs it out. But if you put it in a coffin and bury it in the cemetery, yeah, that's right, that's true. John says, we could look for a pub near the docks in the east. And it says, then it makes sense they beat up a body. I still don't know. No. Okay, let's at least agree on this. It's conceivable it was a two birds for one stone situation where they're like, we can get rid of this woman's body and we can cause a ruckus by making it look like the Indians killed this British guy. But there had to be a reason they staged that body. So I think it's hard for me. Like, I don't like the idea that they were burying this woman to get rid of her, but it does make some sense. That has to be. They came to have the woman buried, and then when they saw the guy, they were like, this is perfect, two birds with one stone. But they didn't just beat up that guy, Glenn Whipple, to throw people off the scent. They staged it to make it look like the Indian Lascars are up to no good so that they win in this trade war, so that they'll get hired, maybe. All right, but we could try to find them at a bar, at a pub. I mean, I think that's reasonable. But what would we be looking? It's so weird that they wanted us to check the. Did he say check the docks or the dock workers, the assistant? Ask around at the docks. Well, we did ask around at the docks. We could go to the Indian Embassy to get some background. We could read the newspaper to get some more background. We could try to find some pubs. All right, let's pursue. We get told these are drunk people a lot. How about a club, like a dock workers club or organization? Let's see. Clubs. No clear pubs. I mean, Porky might know. Let's just see if there's some dock workers organization or something. Not under D. No dock workers club. But what about a maritime? Seems to me there was some sort of club. Seems to me we were outside one at some point. There's the West Indies Steamship Company. I wonder if talking to more steamship companies could give us more information. Um, there's the Anglo-Indian Club that closed down. Remember we had that newspaper article about the Anglo-Indian Club is holding something carried down. I think we should go there. 67 WC. WC Anglo-Indian Club. And then maybe we'll try to find some pubs. So 67 WC is 46. Let's put a marker on this map. We haven't been on this map much at all, have we? WC 60. The Anglo-Indian Club. Okay, number 46. Let's see if we can get some more background information about why the Indians are being blamed. A small placard placed next to the heavy oak door of an Italian-styled mansion on Little Street, St. Andrews Street, informs us that the Anglo-Indian Club was established in 1834. Wiggins pushes the doorbell and we hear the faint ringing from inside the house. A man in a brass-buttoned waistcoat, tails, black tie, and white gloves opens the door and asks our errand. We refer to the notice in today's Times and are led inside. The man presents himself as Benjamin Utley, head of staff, and bids us to follow him. We enter a parlor with paneled walls and paintings of various oriental motifs, continue through a dining room smelling distinctly of cumin and ginger, followed by a game room where a few hoary veterans, billiard cues in hand, turn their surprised faces at us, to finally end up in the smoking room where Mr. Utley gestures towards a set of heavy leather armchairs, inviting us to sit. Our host explains that the club is primarily for returning Anglo-Indians who want to socialize with those of a similar background. The club, he exclaims, provides a soft transition back to Old Blighty. Old Blighty, I think they're talking, that's London or England. Living in the far reaches of the Empire. Living in the far reaches of the Empire, Mr. Utley goes on, one may, after some time, start to doubt the natural connection to one's motherland. And this doubt is exaggerated by the scorn with which the Anglo-Indians are sometimes met in this country, where we are referred to as uncivilized nabobs, as relics, or even as foreigners. Before the head servant gets too worked up, Wiggins changes the subject to Sister Manali. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a problem here. I believe we don't know who this is. Correct? Are you reading this the same way I am? Yes, okay, so we've got a little bit of a bug here in that we've stumbled on someone that we don't... She was mentioned in the paper, was she? Maybe it's not a bug. Let's see. Anglo-Indian Club, a case for enhancing possibilities for economic self-advancement of the Indian Raj by Sister Manali. Okay, so I was wrong, not a bug. Not a bug. If she's mentioned here. Lecture series by Sister Manali. Let me see here. Okay. Yes, okay, so not a bug in the paper. I just missed it. Good catch. Okay, So Wiggins changes the subject to Sister Manali. I guess we're asking why was her talk canceled. The man perks up. A most impressive woman. Clever and quick, truly radiant, with eyes that pierce your very soul and full of courage. Traveling the world by herself like that, an Irish woman as headstrong as they come. She's gonna be dead. Is this our dead woman? All right, let's read this more carefully now. A most impressive woman, clever and quick, truly radiant, with eyes that pierce your very soul and full of courage. Traveling the world by herself like that, an Irish woman as headstrong as they come, I tell you. An Irish woman, Mr. Utley? Indeed. She was born in Dingle, in County Kerrin, of Catholic stock. Her father, a man by the name of Maloney, was a staunch nationalist, but she traveled to India as a young woman to study Hinduism. At some point she was given a new name, Manali, by her spiritual master. It means the one who catches fish. It's rather fitting, Dingle being a fishing hamlet. So she's now a Hindu nun? Oh, not quite. She explained that the sister bit is not related to a religious order. Rather, it's supposed to reflect the idea that she is a sister to all men, as it were. We are all brothers and sisters in humanity, according to her teaching. And exactly what is her teaching? Well, on a concrete plane, she tries to promote reforms in sanitation and education across India. She likens Britain and India to a father and mother and argues that we have caused a rift in our family, so to speak, by taking advantage of the fact that the people there are shackled by nature, as she puts it. In order for whole and harmonic prosperity to be possible on the Indian subcontinent, we should work for the removal of these shackles without any thought of our own gain, as one would for a family member. She illustrated it rather pointedly by asking, if you have a well, would you let your sister drink from the filthy river? If you have a torch, would you let your brother huddle in darkness? Utley smiles at us, as if waiting for the words to sink in. When they fail to do so, he goes on. Now, I understand if you're picturing some sort of Hindu fanatic or crackpot, but I assure you that her message is delivered with enough intelligence and charm to persuade the most staunch Hobbesian. A truly remarkable woman. But a shadow of distress falls over Utley's face. Whatever could be the reason for her disappearing like this? That's what we're trying to find out, says Wiggins. Could you tell us about the circumstances of her visit? She is traveling in Europe, trying to secure funding for the building and staffing of 2 girls' schools in Calcutta. We invited her to lecture at the club, and it was decided that non-members would be welcome as well. So we had our dining room converted into a lecture hall. That was 2 weeks ago, and it was a great success. The Times even sent a reporter. Did her lecture draw any animosity among the crowd? Wiggins asks. Well, most of the attending crowd seemed quite enthusiastic, apart from that Jesuit zealot, Deacon Niblick, whose sole reason for coming seemed to be to get his blood boiling. He stood up halfway through the lecture with a bah, and stormed out muttering about the Hindus overtaking Britain and something about ship turtles. A slur, I presume. And when did you learn of her absence? Well, some days ago she came back to London after visits to Oxford and Cambridge. She was supposed to hold a second lecture tonight. We spoke on Friday and nothing seemed out of place. We were contacted by her hotel, the Midland, around noon on Sunday. They told us she had been missing since at least Sunday morning. And when she didn't show yesterday, well, we decided to call off the lecture. We thank Mr. Utley and are escorted back through the same succession of rooms that we entered through. Before we part, Mr. Utley asks us if we think he should contact the police about Manali's disappearance. And it's probably the right thing to do at this point, replies Wiggins. You now have token B. Okay, so there he is. So we've discovered the woman who's been killed. She's surely dead by these Docker drunk hooligans that have also took the body of Glenn Whipple and staged it. And they've buried this body in the cemetery just as Anna thought. And we have got our real murder on our hands now. All right, well, we've got lots of stuff here. The Hotel, the Midland. Okay, so Sister Manali is gonna be our real murder victim. That's a shame. She sounds like a good person. Okay. Her hotel is the Midland. So we don't know where they got her, but getting her at the hotel is a very high possibility. So that would be... And she's missing on Sunday, the same day as our guy disappeared. So they just got her and killed her, I guess. That's pretty rough. Okay, and we got token B, which we're going to keep track of on a special card so we don't forget. So we're going to say we got B, and we got it from 46. Which is 67 WC. Okay, now, why did they kill her? She's trying to secure funding for staffing of girls' schools in Calcutta. The Times even sent a reporter. I guess that was 2 weeks ago. So we might talk to our contact at the Times to see what they know about it. Don't forget the name of the zealot, says Antina. Yes, very good point. That could be our pastor that buried that parson, Deacon Niblick. Pastor zealot who came to her talk and didn't like her. He's anti-Hindu. Yeah, that sounds like it could be our culprit. Or a red herring. Deacon Niblick. Alright, we'll definitely want to see him. Times Center reporter. Okay, Deacon Niblick. Sea turtles. All right, well, that was important. We finally found something. We haven't stumbled on our dock workers, but we're inching closer to these culprits, and now we've got a real... Oh, someone's gonna have to break it to them that this woman's not coming back. All right, we better take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing The Homecoming, a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan-made case. The chat was talking in the break about how I was being too... it wasn't that implausible that they would bury a second body. I guess what I didn't... This happens quite frequently in these cases where I'll argue against some possibility, or one will argue against some possibility and sort of rule it out, dismiss it as being outlandish. And it's not infrequent that perhaps in its extreme case it was implausible, but with slight modification it is plausible, and perhaps one should not rule things out so quickly. So I dismissed the idea that this was all about hiding a body, because then I said, why would they stage this body and draw attention to it? But the way the case was framed was much more convincing. The criminals brought a dead body to bury, and as has been pointed out, and probably I was too quick to say, maybe burying a body as a funeral, as in a grave, undertaker, is a good way to really hide it forever. So maybe you have a good point there. But the fact that they went there for that, and then they saw this dead body, and they're like, well, this is perfect. We can do this, hide this woman's body, and we get a free body that we can stage as an attack and get away and do this other thing we want to do. All right. So here we are. Where shall we go next? We've cracked the case open with this Sister Manali. We can visit her hotel. We can visit this deacon who looks like he hates her and see if he's involved in all this. Or we could try to track down the pubs where the dock workers might work. I think we should start by see if we can locate the deacon. And locate her hotel so we know what places we're looking for. So let's do that first. Let's locate the Midland Hotel. Midland Grand Hotel is 16 Southeast. Okay. And then let's see if we can find Niblick. Okay, I have a Stephen Niblick at 86 EC. Stephen Niblick, 86 EC. 86 EC puts him where? Here. Pretty close to all the action. Might look for bars near him, or they might hang out. Well, what do you think? All right, let's visit Niblick. He's got our interest since he was railing against Sister Manali right before she went missing. So 86 EC. Let's look at our thing. 86 EC is 208. And then after we talk to him, we'll chase down the hotel, see if anyone spotted her disappearing from there. 208. '86 EC. We knock on the door whose nameplate says Niblick S, but there's no answer. Okay. No answer, Niblick. hard to draw too many conclusions from that. All right, well, let's see about her hotel. 16 Southeast would be 119. All right, let's see if we can see what find what happened to Sister Manali. Get on her trail. It started to snow when we approached the stately entrance to the Midland Grand Hotel. As we enter, I see the chat wants me to look at something. Let's see. Jesse, check referring to Niblick's house. In other words, could we be looking for a church near his house that he might be at if he was at 86 ECR? Let me put this aside for a second. This is why it pays to remember to put our markers. All right, so we went to his house. Let's put the marker where that is. 86 EC. Okay. So there's his house here. So he's a deacon. There is St. Paul's Cathedral within a couple blocks. So we could just walk in there and see if that's where he happens to be a deacon. I don't really know the terms, whether a deacon means anything. All right, so let's make a note. I'll just make a note. Check nearby church. 28 EC. We could try that. But I think we should let's finish up this lead and then maybe we'll come back to that. Started to snow when we approached the stately entrance to the Midland Grand Hotel. As we enter, we pass a young couple throwing disapproving glances at us before climbing into a handsome cab waiting at the curb. What's that about? Oh, they don't like the street urchins coming to their fancy hotel. Just the young couple is offended by the street urchins coming into the hotel that's leaving. In the marble-floored foyer, we find the reception empty, and we have a quick glance through the register lying open on the desk. It seems the occupancy is rather on the scarce side for such a supposedly grand establishment. We ring the call bell, and a flustered man of around 30 comes running from the dining room. He stands behind the desk and introduces himself as Kurt. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I'm afraid my duties extend far beyond those of a desk clerk these days, so you'll just have to ring the bell. I'm sorry. Trying to conceal his irritation, he adds, so let's get a move on, or I'll burn the toast. Followed by an overdone laugh. We explain that we're working for Sherlock Holmes, and that we'd like to ask about the disappearance of Sister Manali. What's going on at this hotel is what I want to know. We're asking about the disappearance of Sister Manali. Oh, I was hoping she'd return soon before this became a police matter. I really don't have the time. We're not from the police, sir, Wiggins interjects. There's a moment of silence as the desk clerk eyes the small crowd before him. He's talking about the irregulars, I guess, a bunch of us. Indeed. Anyway, let's be quick. Yes, Sister Manali was last seen on Saturday. She had spent the day receiving guests in her room, some sort of private audiences from what I could gather. She then left the hotel sometime in the late afternoon or evening, And when Miss Morgan cleaned her room on Sunday morning, all her things were still there, but she hadn't slept on her bed. That's seen on Saturday. She hadn't slept in her bed. At least I think that was it. There was something about marigold linen. Don't recall exactly what Miss Morgan was going on about. Oh, the linen was missing too, and that's how they brought her out of the room. They just killed her, wrapped her in the linen of the room, and then disappeared her. And the housekeeper was upset about the missing linen. I don't recall exactly what Miss Morgan was going on about. I simply don't have time to cater to our guests' every aesthetic whim, you know. Anyway, it seems she never returned. No one has seen her since. She is paid until Thursday, so I do hope she shows up, or we'll have to, you know. Kurt's features turn anxious as he contemplates the extra workload. So, you were the last person to see her? No, I shouldn't think so. I had the afternoon off that night, so my colleague was manning the desk, and all the rest of it. Kurt gestures towards the back rooms. Speaking of which, just quickly, about her visitors, Wiggins starts. Oh, rather a distinguished lot was my impression. She gave me a schedule, asking me to greet them at the desk and give them a room number. It should be here. Let me see. He rifles through the pages of the register, finds the schedule, and turns the book around for us to read. Aha! Here we go here. 1 o'clock, Lord Musgrove. 2 o'clock, Miss Kenton, or Kentnor, or something like that. 3 o'clock, Mr. David Godfrey. It looks like he didn't show up. 4 o'clock, Dr. Richards. We notice that all the names have been crossed out apart from this one, Mr. David Godfrey. So does that mean he failed to show? Yeah, it would seem so, yeah, but I can't tell you for sure. You would have to ask Martin Shank. He relieved me at 2:30, so I wasn't in the reception at the time. Come to think of it, Lord Musgrove wasn't here either, Kurt adds, pointing at the first name on the list. He sent his man to deliver a message. He insisted on going up there in person. Now, if you don't mind, Wiggins takes out a notebook from his pocket to write down the names, but before he has time to open it, Kurt rips the page from the register, quickly folds it twice, hands it to us with a tight-lipped smile. There, he says. Oh, thank you, sir. And we'd very much like to see the room. Kurt stares at us for a moment, holding his breath. You know what? Takes the key from the peg, slams on the desk. Just leave it here when you're done. Sister he's so busy. He had a moment there of silence. He's like, all right, hell with it. Just take the key. Just leave it here when you're done. Then we get up to the room. Sister Manali's third floor room is airy, and it's evident that it has been cleaned recently. Through a large east-facing window, the building across the street can be seen. There's a table with 2 chairs, and on the table is a glass vase with fresh water and a single marigold flower. In the tiny bathroom, a smallish north-facing window has been left open, offering a view of the opposite wall, and, far below, a dark alley with a fenced-off opening toward the street to the east. Sister Manali's luggage is still here, but the bags are all unpacked and empty. A number of colorful shawls and dresses hang in the closet, and in a drawer we find a box of exotic jewelry, an Irish passport belonging to Caroline Maloney, a copy of the Bhagavad Gita, this is famous, and a train ticket to Liverpool and a boat ticket from there to Calcutta for Thursday morning. We're going to have to go through all of this in a little bit. We lock the door behind us, return to the reception desk, and leave the key, ringing the call bell before leaving. It seems that Benjamin Utley of the Anglo-Indian Club followed our advice and contacted the police because the moment we stepped back onto the street, we're greeted by Lestrade. Apparently, Utley never mentioned our visit because the inspector seems surprised to see us. What are you doing here? Looking for that Sister Manali? I got the call, but I'm pretty sure it's unrelated. Don't be so sure, says Wiggins. It all seems a bit more complicated than we first thought. Ha! When it comes to complicating things, you're certainly learning from the best. I'm sure Holmes has all sorts of fanciful theories in that manic brain of his. Well, rest assured, there won't be any need for that, for the case is in the bag, so to speak. I can't divulge the details as the investigation is ongoing, but we've identified the dead man in the harbor. We know how he ended up there, and we're pretty sure about who did it. Can't beat honest police work. You'll read about it in the papers tomorrow, but if you're still curious, he stoops down and continues in a whisper, I'd keep a lookout for a drunken cold cook and his cockeyed assistant. But Inspector, we think that a whole new aspect of the case may be opening up, and we have some leads we'd like to explore. Well, that may be so, but you boys have been at it for a while now, haven't you? Maybe you should take a break. We'll tie up those loose ends, don't you worry. I'll go in and talk to the fellow now. I'm sure we'll have it sorted out in no time. We decide to consider Lestrade's suggestion of taking a break. However, rather than dissuading us, the inspector's intuition strengthens our suspicions that we have only reached about halfway of our investigation, and in the end, we will rest when we see fit. Okay, so lovely part here. The game told us in the beginning that this could be a 2-session case, and so it said we've come up with our own little halfway point that the game will tell you. And this is a very sweet, very clever, charming way to describe the halfway point of Lestrade saying, we got it all wrapped up, and Wiggins considering, oh, they'll take a break when they want to, but that's very clever. All right, so we got a big, generous entry here. At the Midland Grand Hotel. And lots of information for us. All right. Jonathan asked the question that I had myself. What is this thing about the man in the... All right, let's review it because we've got a bunch to look at here. Okay, so first of all, we know that Sister Manali last seen Saturday after guests. Okay. Then we're told she left the hotel, so she was alive when she left. Alive, left hotel, Saturday afternoon or evening. Okay. Then we're told Mrs. Morgan was the cleaning woman. Cleaned room and upset about the linens. It seemed. I'm not sure what that's about. At first when I read that, I thought, oh, they killed her and brought her out in linen. But now I realize they told us that she left. She left the hotel late afternoon or evening. Okay, then we have Miss Morgan. Upset about the linen. He's like, I don't have time for this. Okay, and then we have the visitor list. Okay. Visitor list. 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. 1 p.m. was Lord Musgrove. 2 o'clock was, how do we read this name? Kenton? Miss Kenton. David Godfrey. And Dr. Richards. Okay, so we're told Kenton showed up. Richards showed up. Godfrey was a no-show, we think. And then Musgrove, we're told. We say Godfrey wasn't crossed out. He didn't show. He said yes. And then he says, okay. Then he says, ask Martin Shank. Now, that name sounds familiar. Am I thinking of someone else? Did we encounter another Martin? Martin Shank, he worked at the hotel clerk on that Saturday. And then he says, Lord Musgrove wasn't here either. He sent his man to deliver a message. Who insisted on going up there. Okay, and then we're continuing with the more clues of this day. Because now we're told, also, continuing, we're told 3rd floor room, east facing window. This could be relevant. Probably not, but it does go into some detail. East facing window. You can see the building across the street. Table with 2 chairs. On the table is a glass vase, fresh water, marigold flower. Something about the marigold linens, too. Okay, then the bathroom, north face window. Open. View of opposite wall. Opposite building wall. Dark alley. Fenced opening. What is that all about? Marigold flower. Dark alley with fenced off opening toward the street to the east. I mean, we'll want to locate this on the map and try to make sense of it, but it is an interesting scene that it's painting. East facing window. I mean, she left here on her own, if that was indeed her that left. Okay, and then we got her real name, I believe. Carolyn Maloney. Did we already know that that was her real name? Maybe we did. So, train ticket to Liverpool. Boat ticket. Liverpool, Calcutta. And then Lestrade tells us to keep a lookout for a drunken cold cook. What's a cold cook? And his cock-eyed assistant. Is this our Is this our Undertaker that we found? He had a cockeyed assistant. All right, let's talk. Let's talk for a bit. Oh yeah, what was the part of... We've identified the man dead in the harbor. This seems like he must be talking about the guy that was found on the fence in the park. I wonder if that's not a bug. Is that a bug? Or is this the fence? Surely it's the fence man, because that's what Lestrade was meeting with Holmes about. Either that, or we're going to hear something else about a harbor. I believe that just must be a mistake of some sort or something confusing. That's surely the same body that we're all looking for. Martin Shank was from the brewery. That's right, from Queen's Park. Okay, but different person in this case, says Jonathan. Okay, so I recognize the name. Anna says Martin Shank was from the brewery in Queen's Park case. Jonathan is the person saying this. It's Queen's Park, but it'll don't be the same man in this case. Okay. Jonathan says, I think we have justification to visit the carriage depot now if we wanted to see where the sister went in the afternoon. Are we sure she left? Could she have come back? Anna, there's hardly a few staff here. They wouldn't notice. Maybe she wasn't the one who left. Maybe someone wearing her clothes left. You think the finally person visiting her could have thrown her out the window? Maybe with the clothes she was wearing, another woman could have come out. That is an interesting idea. Let's go to our map. Those are some very interesting ideas. Okay. So 16 southeast. So there is the Grand Midland Hotel. Okay, now let's look at this neighborhood for a second. So she's on the 3rd floor. She's got an east-facing window, which would be looking at 61. So she's got a window looking at 61 across the street. Tempting to knock on that door and see if someone was staring at her. But then it's got a north-facing window pointing to this alley, which I guess is they're talking about. Are they talking about the alley of Penton Place or the alley of Kensington Park Road? Those don't seem like alleys. Or through here. Maybe it's talking about like here. Let me get this. Let's zoom in here for a second. All right. Let me bring this up so we can get to the good camera. All right. So here she is at the Grand Midland Hotel. There's her east-facing window. Then she's got a north-facing window pointing to the alley. A dark alley opening to the street east. Is she looking at this alley? Is that what we're saying? This alley or this alley? I think that's what it must be saying, right? Window north. Let me just get this out and look in more detail. Tiny bathroom, a smallish north-facing window. I don't know if that's a window you could push someone through, but possibly has been left open, offering a view of the opposite wall. The opposite wall, and far below a dark alley with a fenced-off opening towards the street to the east. The street to the east would be this way. It's a little confusing to me. I'm not sure what alley and street they're talking about. There's a north-facing window, which is this way, going this way, north. So there's a north-facing window. She could be in any room here. North-facing window. A view of the opposite wall. Here? What's the opposite wall? Here? And far below, a dark alley, maybe Penton Place, opening towards the street to the east. This going this way? Maybe through here. Okay. I'm going crazy theory this time. Someone killed her, chucked her out of a window. Now she lands in the cart below. I don't think it's that crazy. You gotta kill her. You can't just carry out a dead body, even in linens. So, there's an alley. I think it pays to check if we can visit this place, just to see if anyone sees anything. And if this is our alley, unfortunately, there's no witnesses here. But this person could have witnessed something here. Let's definitely check out 61. But then we've got to talk to these people and everything. But let's just see if we can go to 61. So 61 southeast would be 20. Actually, before we do this, we got a lot of leads there to talk through. And we're in London proper now. Okay, so this is what we need to talk about. It's 3:15 a.m. We've played for 4 hours. Not we go 6 hours easily normally, but the game has suggested we might be at our halfway point. It would be, we could stop here and continue again tomorrow. We could keep playing for another hour or two and get ourselves safely into the second half, so that we're sure that if we slow down and we can take our time tomorrow. What do you guys feel like? Okay, let's do a vote. Vote continue or vote... Wow, how did that already get up in there? You can vote continue or vote break. One of those. Vote continue, vote break. So the voting system has looked at the people that have been active in the channel talking in the last 10 minutes and put those names in the waiting list. Anyone can vote now. So if you're in the channel watching, you don't have to have been talking. You can still vote. Okay, Anna says continue. Jonathan says continue. Okay, 500 JWT says votes break. 500 JWT. What do you think that stands for? And Tina votes break, spelled B-R-A-K-E. Ginny says, Ginny has to vote. You gotta start by saying vote. By the way, you can change your vote. So like, for example, if Tina noticed that I'm assuming Antina is a woman because Tina is a woman's name in the US. but I don't know. But don't vote on that, and Tina can just tell us. All right. Well, we've got a split vote, but everyone knows that Anna is our lead detective, and Jonathan Warner is also like co-lead detective, so I'm going to have to go with the lead detectives on this, unless they switch their votes and change their mind. It's not an official halfway point, so the risk of breaking here is that we would find ourselves overextended tomorrow and rushed to finish it like if it went long. No switch, says Anna. Okay, so we're going to continue for a bit. But this was fun, so I'm going to close the vote here. That's the final vote, but the votes are not binding on this channel. This is not the binding vote channel where I do what the audience says. This is just the channel where I can now get an official thing. So we'll play for a little bit, but we might look for maybe play for another hour and then stop. Could even stop in a half hour, but probably stop. We'll stop shortly. We're not going to play 6 hours, is what I'm trying to say. There's no point in us trying to push to the end of this stream if we're past the halfway point, but we'll play for a little bit more. All right, so let's decide where you guys want to go now. I want to check the next door places. I love the spatial stuff when you occasionally in this game get a place where by looking on the map you found a place. So I'd like to check these 2 neighboring locations and see if anyone saw anything. So the window facing east faces 61, so I'd like to go there. Then maybe we'll talk to the housekeeper. So 61 southeast is 20. We called this a neighbor of the hotel. Let's see if there's an entry for this. Okay. There is indeed an entry. I have to say the cubes are working pretty good. Not one of my best ideas from this channel. 61 Southeast. Seen from the back on Albert Street, the hotel looks decidedly less impressive. A towering facade of rough, unplastered brickwork. On the 4th floor, Sister Manali's window. Thought she was on the 3rd floor. That's a typo, I believe. But maybe they're saying one is... The 1st floor in England would be 1 flight up. Ground floor, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. So maybe they're saying here, from the outside, you're looking at the 4th landing. On the 4th floor, Sister Manali's window is clearly visible to the right. We knock on some of the doors in hope of finding a nosy neighbor who may have seen something across the street, but there's no reply. Instead, we turn our attention to the narrow alley, which is located to the north of the hotel and blocked by a wooden fence. Upon further examination, we find... So, let's just recap here. We've gone outside where one of her windows opened. Knocks on these doors, no one saw anything, but we do notice, hey, here's that alley, and it's fenced off. Let's walk in there and see what we see. Upon further examination, we find that a couple of the boards are loose. Boards boarding up the alley. We remove them and step through the gap. Evidently, the hotel guests have seen fit to use the alley as a complimentary dustbin. We make our way across a carpet of broken glass, tin cans, discarded clothing, and cigarette butts half hidden in the slush. We reach the spot below Sister Manali's bathroom window. It's quite high up, and the bare wall makes it unlikely that anyone would climb up or down. From the street, we hear someone muttering as they approach and stop on the other side of the fence. Oi! At it again, are ya? A woman shouts. You no business in this place. I told you before. We climb back through the gap to find a stout woman carrying a wicker basket. Don't worry, madam, Wiggins assures her. We're just making investigations. One of the hotel guests have gone missing, see? First I hear of it, and you reckon they're hiding in this here alley? Well, not by the looks of it, no. I take it you work at the hotel? She puts down her load and wipes her brow, eyeing us with suspicion before replying, I do. I'm the laundress. Got me lodgings around the back here. She nods towards the rear door. I see. Notice any odd goings-on Saturday or Sunday? Her initial mistrust seems to subside as she searches her memory. Saturday's me day off. That's when I visit me elders in Bethnal Green. Very sickly these days, God bless 'em. So I wasn't back until late. Yes, quite late it was. Dustman never come that late. The dustman, madam? I was heading back to me house when I saw some people coming out from behind this here fence. It was dark, but I'm pretty sure I heard them drop something in that cart they have, the dust collecting. This cart they have. Dust collecting, madam, they says. I told them to go about it quickly and not make a racket. They scurried off with a giggle. I could tell they'd had a few. Poor lads need to keep warm in the cold, I suppose, but they certainly can't expect any tips at that hour. Could you describe what they looked like? Looked like dustmen, I guess. Couldn't see 'em too well. Was in the middle of the night, like I told you. The woman peers through the gap in the fence and snickers. Looks more like they might have been dumping their rubbish back there instead of bringing it to the yard, don't it? The yard? The dust yard over at Deverell Street, the woman says, pointing towards the northeast. I see. Very well, thank you for your kind assistance. We shan't be obstructing you in your duties any longer. Good day to you, madam. Bah! Talking like a toff, are you, laddie? She replies with a blushing smile, reaching down for her basket. And there's just a cat in the alley. Okay, so there's a dust yard on Deverell Street. And they were drinking, the people she saw. And she heard them drop something in the cart. That's the body. No doubt about it, right? That is our body. No doubt about it. They caught the body in the cart. This poor Sister Manali. Well, I'm not sure why we need to go to the Deverell Street dust yard. It doesn't sound like they were related to these people. They were just pretending to be dustmen. But we could double check it. Now, have we just run into Morgan, the linen woman? That's my question. Or is she a separate person than this woman? Miss Morgan is the cleaning woman. This is the laundress. I guess those are different people. Couldn't see him too well. They had a cart. But maybe she recognized the cart actually does belong to this place, and that's their cover. All right. So so Deverell Street dust yard. We could visit there. Let's find out where. Let's see if that's. Let's see if there's a dust yard entry. What is a dust yard? Is that a real kind of place? Dust yard on Deverell Street. I don't see it in there. I wonder if we will have to find it. Let's see if it's nearby. It makes sense that it's in a bad part of town. Oh, here it is, Deverell Street, right here. So there's only one possible location on Deverell Street that it could be, which is 12 Southeast. Now, I'm assuming they're not part of the Deverell Street dust yard, but they could be. I suppose. I mean, we've been trying. These sound like the same people. Could we have found their actual official jobs? Let's see. 12 Southeast would be number 92. Let's visit the Deverell Dust Yard and see if they've heard of these people. Then we'll circle back to the hotel. They're giggling drunk while they're catching this dead body. That's pretty harsh. All right, let's see if we can find 92. All right. We have to stop for a moment to take in the dizzying scene of ant-like activity in the dust yard on Deverell Street. Clad in ash-gray jackets and wide-brimmed hats, the dustmen shovel the collected waste of the day onto rusty iron sieves held by women whose features are half hidden by fine layers of dust. Young boys carrying baskets and buckets run to and fro in the dirty slush. Other workers are engaged in separating larger pieces of rubbish from the numerous snow-covered dust heaps. We are eventually directed to a tall, red-bearded man who sports an oyster shell fixed with a string over his left eye and presents himself as Marmaduke Flanagan, exclusive contractor for the Newington district. "In the dead of night," he responds in disbelief to our question. "Folks wouldn't even let us in at such hours, would they? We work we work by the light of day, always did. You're not thinking of them nightmen, are ya? The ones who empty the cesspits. Well, there ain't many of 'em left now, thanks to Basil Gets Pipes." They're talking about the sewage pipes. Now, modern sewage pipes getting rid of the cesspit emptying people. Flanagan catches sight of a worker throwing the half-frozen carcass of a speckled cat into a refuge bin. "That's a 4p off your next wage, Jennings." Jennings picks up the cat and reviews it sulkily for a moment before putting it in a basket. Flanagan nods and turns to address us again. I guess he's mad at this person not properly disposing of the cat, putting the cat in a basket. I'm not sure what that's about. Could be them flying dustmen, though. Devil's rejects, if you find any, do come and tell me. I have ways of dealing with those bloody scavengers, stealing from the honorable, hard-working men. As we walk back, a high-sided, horse-drawn cart rolls out of the yard ahead of us. A hand-painted sign attached to the rear reads, "No gratuity allowed." Wow, this is the Dustmen. So that's the end. That's that entry. So it just confirms what we suspected, that these weren't Dustmen, that these are our culprits who have killed her off. But we don't know where they're located and who they're affiliated with. Same people, drunk at the funeral, drunk collecting her body, though. I have to say, the writing here is very colorful, very good. Like, we're getting these real nice, generous, long entries that are really painting a picture of this place. Really quite wonderful. All right. Shall we try to talk to the other worker at the hotel? We know what she's going to say. She's going to say that the linens went missing. We know they wrapped her up and threw her out the window. But I suppose we should talk to her. Miss Morgan is the cleaning woman, and then there's the deacon. I mean, we could skip talking to her. We know she's not gonna, but we don't want to. We want to talk to her. Morgan Melissa is at 5 South. So let's see if we can find her at 5 South. Normally you wouldn't be able to go to 5 South, but in our new place, in this expansion, you can, because it's got the South neighborhood, which is 102. Okay, let's see what 102 has for us. Okay, no entry 102. It's in the lookup. Wait, 5 South is not 102, it's 193. Sorry. 5 East is 102, which wasn't in the thing. Okay, 193. Where are my cubes gone? Outside a small detached house in the shadows of the warehouses that have replaced the Jacobs Island slums, we find Melissa Morgan, a thin but sinewy Welsh woman in her mid-20s, doing the household laundry in a large wood-fired cauldron, wearing only a thin frock. "Livens the spirits, it does," she replies with a bright smile when Wiggins comments on the cold. "And I have the fire to keep me warm, don't I?" We ask her if she could tell us anything of interest about the morning after Sister Manali's disappearance. "Now, I didn't know she'd gone missing, did I?" Miss Morgan starts. "I remember that I had to put new linen on the bed because the old ones were missing. It's funny that. We've had towels, teacups, and even mirrors stolen, but bedding? Who would do that? Anyway," she lowers her voice, beckons for us to come closer, and continues with a sly smile. "Now, if you ask me, there's a bit of romance involved. That morning when I came to clean her room, I found a single marigold flower, lovingly placed in front of her door." Her eyes move between us as she gauges our reactions. "It seems to me she has a secret admirer, it does." She turns back to the cauldron, plunging at the linen with a wooden dolly. "I put the flower in a vase on her table. Other than that, I cleaned the room as normal, but not that it needed much cleaning." "But didn't Mr. Norwood tell you all about this? I guess he didn't take any notice when I informed him. He's always so busy, isn't he? Oh, I do love a good romance." We thank Miss Morgan, wrapping our coats together as we leave the warm fire. Then there's just a random picture here. Okay, so we were right about the linens, but then she gives us another detail. I found a single marigold flower in front of her door. Hmm. What do you make of that? In the morning, when I came to clean her room. Oh, that's how they marked the door to where she was. That's how they marked the door where she was. She finds the flower after she's gone missing. So after she's gone missing, the maid comes to clean. She finds the flower. She puts it in a vase. She thinks she has a secret admirer. But probably one of the people who went to visit her left it there as a way of saying, like, this is the room where you're going to kidnap and kill the woman from. So that means that if that's true, then it means one of her visitors who actually did come visit her, probably that guy who sent his man up to the room, was in on it and was told, leave a flower in front of her door. That's how we'll know where to send them. Something like that. Jonathan says, might be worth going to Carriage Depot. That way, if it requires a lot of decoding, can do it between streams. Interesting idea. Beer Viking says, where are fan-made cases from? Most of them are in the file sections on Board Game Geek. This one is pending public approval, most under the Thames Murders box. Yes. Okay. This case, The Homecoming, has been uploaded by the authors, which are Pelle Holmgren and Richard Schicke, and it has been submitted by them and should be available for downloading soon. And as Jonathan said, you'll find it in the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Thames Murders cases in the file section of BGG. Ida says, we need to talk to the deacon and the visitors. Yes, we've got a bunch of our visitors to the hotel. Let's continue through our hotel thing. So we visited the cleaning woman. We visited the back alley, found where they dropped her body. We've got 4 visitors to her room. You might imagine it would be the last visitor who left the flower, but if it was still there. And then we've got Martin Shank, who was on duty. He's going to be the person who apparently saw her leave, but is going to say he didn't get a good look at her. So we've got Martin Shank. We've got the 4 visitors we could talk to. We've got the paper. I guess we'll leave the rest of the paper to read for tomorrow's session. We could try to find the pastor. Any thoughts on where you'd like to attack next? I guess for me, I feel like let's finish up with the workers at this hotel while we're here. So Martin Shank, who was on duty, I'd like to talk to him. Sort of just cleaning up loose ends here. Martin Shank is 71 Southeast. He's the clerk that was on duty instead of this one that we met. Let's see if we can talk to him. 71 Southeast is 160. And I think I didn't mark down 5 South and the dust I want to mark these places just for fun. So we went to the dust people, dustbin places, which was there. And then 5 south was that woman we ran into. Let's just mark her location so we have it on record. Okay, and now Martin Shank is at 71 southeast. Right there. Okay, 160 is Martin. Let's see if he can tell us what the scene was when he was on duty. Martin Shank is hosting a party, judging by the laughter and screams coming from inside the flat. After we knock 3 times, a man dressed in a frilly silk shirt, open at the collar, answers the door, glass in hand, and exclaims, "Children, what a delightful surprise! Who invited you?" I'm afraid, hold on, got an interruption here from the chat. Caster3331 says, "Hi guys, Pella, one of the authors here, just woke up, Swedish time, so excited to see and hear you play the game. I will keep a low profile, of course." Okay, let's just quickly tell Pella how much we are enjoying the game. I wouldn't say it if it weren't true, but the writing has been outstanding so far and really enjoyable, and enjoyable to have such fully fleshed out entries that really paint a picture of the atmosphere and some humor. So I think I speak for most of us here that we are really enjoying the writing, enjoying the case too. Okay. We are going to take a break soon though, because we've passed the halfway point, which was done very well and quite charming. So we're going to play for a little bit more. We're wrapping up our hotel at the Grand Hotel, and we've just run into this. We've traced down Martin Shank, who was working at the hotel at desk the day. Okay, so let's get back to it. Okay, so he opens the door. He says, "Children, what a delightful surprise. Who invited you?" "I'm afraid we're not here for the party, Mr. Shank," Wiggins informs him. "We'd just like to ask a few questions about what happened at the Midland Grand Hotel Saturday afternoon." "Oh, tarnation. Please don't remind me of work." Martin Shank leans back to have a peek into the room and then steps into the hallway, closing the door behind him. "It's probably best you youngsters stay out here." We tell him our business. Shank seems surprised that Sister Manali's missing and explains that he hasn't been to work since late Sunday morning, nor has he been sober. We produce the list of names and ask him if he could tell us who arrived when. "Well, if I remember, the Midland's a bit short-staffed, to say the least. Desk clerk hardly covers what one is expected to do there. Running around like an utter maniac would be more apt description of my duties. Anyway, I remember Dr. Richards arriving at 4 and giving him the room number. Mr. Godfrey I never did see. I think he must have been there because I suppose he was his valet. Oh, let me tell you, I hear the clang from the reception desk, right? And when I get there, I'm met by this revelation, a very handsome young man to start, with dark brown skin, but his dress, dear me, he had a red turban, a pink silk shirt of some sort, God knows where he found that, and pearl necklaces just draped across his chest, like a proper Maharaja. He spoke very crude English, but enunciated his vowels like the Queen herself, making these hilarious contorted faces as he did so." Shank cackles with laughter, shaking his head at the thought. "And then he tells me, pointing angrily at the list you've got there, that he was Mr. Godfrey's houseboy. Would you believe it? Please tell me where I can get one of those, right? He had an urgent message for his master. Or something. I told him I didn't know if his master had arrived, but gave him the room number so that he could go and look for himself. Shank pauses for a moment. Come to think of it, I don't know how Mr. Godfrey would have known the room number himself. Anyway, what a glorious get-up that man had. Wiggins takes notes. And we gather you were the last person to see Sister Manally when she left? Yes, around 5:30 or 6 o'clock, I think. That is, I never actually saw her. She'd run late for an appointment or other, so she just left her key at the desk with a note telling me as much. And she never returned, you say? How exciting! I bet she eloped with that Maharaja. I know I would. All right, so this very colorful Martin Shank tells us what we expected, that he didn't actually see her leave. In fact, it's clear to us now she was dumped out the window and the fake woman left. We don't know who that fake woman is. We might want to point out that we should probably find her. Does he even say that a woman left a note or just that he found a note? We've seen them. They're so busy that they frequently get called away. So I never actually saw her. She just left a note. Okay, so we don't even know if there is another woman pretending to be her. It could have just been that the people who pushed her out the window and came down just left a note at the desk. So there may not be another woman involved in this. And then, so let's just read and make sure we've got our evidence of the people. We asked him about the list. Okay, so we've asked him about the list. Okay, he says he remembers Dr. Richards arriving at 4. Okay, so Dr. Richards arrived 4 p.m. and he got the room number. I think that Marigold is going to be identifying room number. So Dr. Richards, if I look at our list here, he was due to arrive at 4 and he did arrive at 4. Okay. Mr. Godfrey I never did see, but he must have been there because his valet, handsome young man, dark brown skin. Okay, so this is Godfrey's assistant or valet. Okay, dark brown skin, red turban, pink silk shirt. So an Indian man is the assistant, is what we're being told. Pearl necklaces, etc. Okay, so that's going to be an Indian assistant. All right, so let's see. What does he say happened here? He tells the clerk he's Godfrey's houseboy, and he got the room number. He was told the room number by the clerk, so he could go look for his guy. And then he says, but now that I think about it, Godfrey couldn't be up there because he didn't know what room. I never told him what room. This is the game telling us, like, you have to know, you have to get the room number from the clerk to know where to go, which is confirming my theory that the way the killers knew where to go is the Marigold. 5:30 or 6 is when he gets the note. Okay, so he sees personally 2 people, the guy at 4 and this guy's assistant valet. But we still know that someone else went up as well. Mrs. Kenton. And Lord Musgrove's servant, I see. So David Godfrey is the one that never arrived, that his valet arrived. So, okay, I thought he was talking about the other assistant that we know showed up. So he hasn't told us about Musgrove's person. I'm not sure why not. Not sure why he couldn't fill us in on the other two people that we believe arrived. Okay, well, it's time for us to take a break, but first let's catch up with the chat a little bit. Okay, so it seems like we're in agreement. They didn't need a fake woman working with them. They just left a note. Someone left a note. And it does seem like a marigold was left outside the door by one of the people. That does mean that one of the visitors is an accomplice to the killers, though. Who is that going to be? We've got several candidates. John says the other two people were not during his shift. The first two were the shift from the main hotel guy. I see. That's right. Okay. The guy we talked to who gave us the key to the room. They were on his shift. Okay. So we've got those four people to track down. Yes. So we've got those four people to track down. We've still got the deacon to find. So even though Joffrey, I forget his name, even though he didn't show up on the list, his valet did. He would be a tempting, likely culprit. Although if the doctor arrives at 4, wouldn't you think that he might pick up the marigold if the marigold is left outside the door? So wouldn't you think it would be the last person to visit? But maybe not. Maybe the person who sees the door. Maybe if you come up at 3 p.m., you note the door. You don't have to leave the marigold right away. You just know around 5 p.m. you're going to leave the marigold. Okay. I wonder if we would find a flower shop where he bought it. Is that an idea worth writing down? Like, check nearby flower shop, florist. Let's mark down where Martin works, 71 Southeast, so we have a good record of it. Not that we care where this is, really. Oh, we did already mark it down. I wonder if there's a flower shop near that hotel. Let's look in our directory just for the fun. There was a flower shop in the newspaper, says Martinez. By the way, in case everyone forgets, in case people have forgotten, Martinez, Dennis Conradi, is the author of 2 of our other favorite fan Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. One of my very favorites. The last 2 we played. So we've got a rare treat here. The Curse was Martinez wrote The Curse, and I think The Curse was one of my favorite Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, period. What was the other one, Martinez, that you wrote? I've forgotten the names of them already. And it says, we haven't forgotten. How could we? Well, he's using a different name here. The Anniversary. That was my favorite one. The Anniversary. I mean, they were both good, but The Anniversary had a sweet spot in my heart for. Okay, so there's a florist in the newspaper, you say. Let's see where it's located. Where was it? Coachman, butler, housekeeper. Royal Botanic Society, gardens. Is that what you mean by the forest, or was there another forest. The Botanic Society isn't really forest. They're electing their members, so I'm not sure that's our... Oh, floral wreaths and crosses of fresh flowers. Wide variety of decorative flowers for the home. Waldenbach, Savile Row Northwest. So 14 Northwest. 14 Northwest. Well, Northwest. So let me just show you where that was. It was here. These are the floral wreaths for a wedding. But 14 Northwest is way out of our neighborhood. It's all the way up here. Let's see if there's a forest in the southeast area. Well, there's no southeast forest, but Grayson's nursery is at 50 EC. How close is that? $50 EC doesn't look super close. It seems like it's probably a long shot to try to catch the florist. I think it's probably better for us to spend our time just here. 50 EC is all the way up here compared to the hotels down here. It probably makes more sense for us to just keep an eye open for any scenes in someone's house where they happen to have marigolds, rather than trying to track down some florist that remembers someone buying marigolds. All right, it's time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing The Homecoming, a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We've played for about 5 hours, a little more, and we're getting ready to come to a stopping point for part one. We've got a bunch of hotel visitors who are going to be the focus of our investigation for a while, but we're going to save that for part 2. And we're going to wrap up now, maybe just spending a little bit of time doing some loose ends or searching around. Let me see what the channel says. Jonathan says, we could scan boarding houses in the south and east to try to find Whipples, just to clear it off. That's right. We were told he's in a boarding house. Were we told any other information about that? All right, so if you wanted to say like some loose ends that could involve just not looking for stuff. We've got Glenn Whipple. I'm not sure why we care so much about finding him. He doesn't seem important to our case. I think he's just a body, but yeah, we could look for his boarding house. We could visit florists if we wanted to. We could find the Deacon Zeblink. He is much more integral to our, well, he may not be integral to our case, but he's certainly suspicious. We could also go to an informant or two if we wanted to, one of which covered Sister Manali. That's our Times guy. Maybe even visit the criminologist, although I don't think he had much to analyze for this case. All right, let's start by doing something that the chat talked about at the time. We found Zeblick's house. I believe it was here at 86. Yeah, 86 EC was Zeblick's house. Remember, this is the pastor who got up and harumphed off when at Sister Manali's talk. So we went here, he wasn't there. Someone pointed out, hey, he's a deacon at a church. Maybe the nearest church here, St. Paul's Cathedral, might be where he is. So let me just make sure there are other churches that aren't indicated in red here for some reason. I'm looking for EC next to him. So the Jesuit church is at 69 EC. Where is that? Sounds familiar, actually. 69 EC. Is it unmarked, though? He was Jesuit. Was he? Was he described to us a Jesuit and we didn't write it down? That's shame on us for not writing it down, but good work to Antina for remembering it. Well, then Jesuit church would be the one to go to. All right, let's see if he's at his church. At the Jesuit church, 69 EC. Nice. All right, well, there's the church. It's actually 2 blocks away from his house. So, like, yes, that is a very good candidate for where he might be. What are the odds he's going to be at his church stirring up trouble? 2 blocks away. All right, let's knock on that church door and see what he's up to. 69 EC is 7. Let me make this proper. 69 EC Jesuit Church, which is number 7. All right, let's see what we got. We enter a narrow Gothic church wedged between 2 buildings at the corner of Cheapside and Bread Street. Lingering inside the porch for a moment to relish the calm, A thin old woman is rearranging candlesticks in one of the side aisles. We ask her for the deacon's office and are pointed towards a door at the back of the church. Behind it, a passageway takes us to another door, which we find wide open. Inside the room, a tall, portly man is standing erect in a white robe with his back to us, looking out a small window. From this position, surprisingly, he addresses us. "Children of God, have you come to the society of Jesus for solace and redemption?" he asks, slowly turning his grizzled head towards us. We reckon he is about 50 years of age. No, sir, Reverend Deacon Niblick," Wiggins ejects in stutters. "We are here to ask you about your opinions." "In what matter, child?" Deacon Niblick inquires, a pious smile upon his lips. In the matter of Sister Manelli. We understand you had some opinions about her work." Niblick's smile at once becomes stiff. "Oh, yes. Sister Manelli, as she calls herself, confounding the title of a God-fearing nun with that of a self-deluded drifter. Indeed, I have an opinion of her work. I find it misinformed, blasphemous, vulgar." He pauses for a moment, still smiling. "Most silly, reckless, un-English, and dangerous." "May I ask you to elaborate, Deacon Niblick?" "Well, certainly," the deacon replies, maintaining his equable composure. "I humbly opine that polytheistic converts returning to their homelands often spread their wayward teaching under the pretext of some benevolent cause, while their true intentions are to tear down the Christian tenets. This makes them a hazard to our society. Manelli promotes a hodgepodge of revolutionary ideals, a notion of universal brotherhood, and an absolute right to freedom. One moment she will hail the gospel of the natural sciences, and in the next she will spout romantic twaddle about the wisdom of pagan beliefs, placing Buddhism and Hinduism on a par with Christianity, as if all the differences were merely superficial. She seems to believe that she will be able to single-handedly found a new religion from a youthful hunch, much like those Blavatskyists. Don't know who the Blavatskyists are. Blavatskyists. That's going to be a real thing. Blavatskyists. Wiggins, caught off guard by Niblick's diatribe, has to improvise a follow-up question. So, Deacon, you believe then that she's a wolf in sheep's clothing?" "Oh, yes, and I'd say the sheep's clothing is wearing very thin indeed. I believe that Manelli's primary aim is to accustom the British people to Hindu teachings. In fact, we are already seeing a similar development taking place throughout society, albeit at a deceitfully slow pace. But put them all together and the pattern becomes blatantly clear." The tone of Niblick's voice is getting tinged with rising passion. "Hindu politicians are entering our parliament. Our beloved queen takes Indian advisors. Jugglers and snake charmers swamp the streets. Perfectly nice little English eateries. My former favorite, the Ship and Turtle, for one. Let their menus undergo conversion, forcing indigestible beans, absurd nuts, and tongue-eroding spices upon us. Mark my words, around the corner awaits miscegenation and rampant godlessness." Niblick pauses for a moment to collect himself before he adds, "Isn't that enough elaboration?" Wiggins attempts to regain control of the interview. "And where were you at, sister? Were you at Sister Manali's lecture at the Anglo-Indian Club?" "I went to see the devil in the flesh, yes. But I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear much of it before leaving. I've read parts of her book, though. It's revealing enough." "And did you know she's gone missing?" "Missing? No, I did not. But I will readily admit there will be no missing done on my part. Maybe she has stolen quietly back to that hallowed womb of her new mother country. And if so, maybe that is just as well." "Well, of course, it can't entirely be ruled out, though." "Oh, if you're about to imply that I have something to do with her disappearance, I will take great offense." "Certainly not, Reverend Deacon. We're not implying any such thing." "I won't deny I am engaging in active resistance. I am writing a letter now to the Anglo-Indian Club to make inquiries as to the reason for hosting such a blasphemous lecture. Were they hoping for on-the-spot mass conversion? I don't expect a reply, but questions must be asked, and people held responsible before it is too late. Who knows what other habits will be imported along with the snake wizards, holy cows, and the elephant gods. You may have noted how the cremation hysteria is now taking hold in our country, and what peoples have cultivated this hideous custom, eh? What if our Lord and Savior had been burnt to ashes and spread to the wind? Should we have worshipped the air?" Wiggins refrains from questioning the logic of this, and we leave the deacon to his spiritual torment. That was very fun. I love the part where he's complaining about the food. He's like, "Look what's happening. They're ruining my restaurants." The Ship and Turtle, which is where he goes. I guess the Anglo-Indian Society guy mentioned something about this. Guy said something about turtles. Maybe it was a slur, he thought. But really, he was complaining about his favorite restaurant. And he says the menus are undergoing conversion to tongue-eroding spices. Okay. All right. Anna says in the chat, Blavatsky was a theosophical society. She was quite famous in Europe, like other mystics. And again, I think Christie also mentions her, Agatha Christie. Interesting. All right. Well, what a scene that was. All right. So it looks like he's just ranting against her, but he's not involved in her disappearance. But we might want to check the Ship and Turtle restaurant for fun. Let's see if that's a real place. Where's our old directory? That seems like a place we should be looking up in our old directory. The Ship and Turtle 83 EC. I'm not sure. I don't think we've ever been there in any of our Sherlock Holmes games. Shall we see if we can go there just for the fun of it? We don't expect he's involved in our case. 83 EC is 96. Let's just visit there. We're sort of wrapping up stuff for fun. Okay, let's see if we can visit the restaurant. Oh, it's another long entry here. Okay. I think the game wants, this is like so that we consider him. Let's see. We got another scene here. We arrive at the Ship and Turtle, located on a side street off Bishopgate. The menu outside boasts, unusually for a chop house of this sort a number of Indian dishes and welcomes us to savor the flavor of the East. We enter the place and go up to the bar where the owner is busy arranging small trays of chutney on a plate. Not your average steaks and pies on the menu, eh? Wiggins comments. The owner looks up and shakes his head. Well, half a mind to go back to the standard fare, I tell you. Too spicy for the average palate, is it? It's just more trouble than it's worth, is what it is. I've been glancing at the fancier type eateries for a while, seeing all the fashionable folk go wild over some curried eggs or whatever, and I thought, why can't I do the same? It's not that hard to cook, though the ingredients can be difficult to come by, I have to admit. I did expect some of my regulars to complain a bit, of course, but I reckon some of them could do with replacing anyway if it meant I'd be able to attract some higher quality folk. But some of the reactions, dear Lord. Like one regular, a preacher, I don't know his name, I just call him Father. Well, Father comes in one day, he sits down, orders his usual steak, and I tell him, trying to make it sound exciting, he should try our bean and potato curry with coconut and lemon rice. He's very skeptical, so I tell him first one's on the house, right? And I go to get him a plate. When I come back out, I can see he's already fuming. I try to brighten his mood, telling him, thou shalt not judge until thou hast tried it, putting the dish in front of him. Well, he just stares at it like it's a plate full of cockroaches or something, and then he spits right in the food 3 or 4 times, gets up, starts shouting and pointing his finger at everyone in here, telling them they're all the devil's brood for eating this food, and telling me that this place is sure to turn into a whorehouse before long. Then he just storms out. I mean, bloody hell. Like I said, I know some people won't like it, but that kind of behavior is just bad for business. I'm sure you'll attract others to make up for the loss, Wiggins says reassuringly. The owner lets out a bitter chuckle. Well, maybe so. Tell you what happened a few days later, though. This Indian fella, don't know his name, let's call him Shiva, all right? He comes in dressed like, well, frankly, like a woman with a pink silk blouse and pearls and whatnot. So Shiva tells me, talking so loud that it startled everyone, that he was passing by and saw that I served coconut. I told him, yeah, I had that coconut curry, and suggested he take a seat. After making sure it was coconut, and I don't think he understood my accent very well, he sat down at the largest table all by himself and banged the tabletop, demanding to be served coconut. I thought I'd oblige him. He did look pretty rich, and I'll admit that may have extended my patience somewhat. Anyway, I come out with the dish, and he just looks at me saying, "This is not coconut." I tell him there's coconut in it, and he just turns the plate over, bangs the table again, and shouts for me to bring him coconut. Well, that was the last straw for me, so I asked him to leave. When he refuses, I have to physically throw him out. He was furious, like a little boy having a fit, shouting at one point, "Do you know who I am? I am the son of a prince." I mean, if I keep attracting that kind of clientele, God almighty. So yeah, I've had some grave doubts as to whether this wasn't all just a rotten idea in the first place, but we'll see, won't we? He looks at us. Anyway, what will you lot be having? Well, actually, we're not here to eat. Wiggins starts to explain. You little ratbags, you think I've got time to just stand around chatting? Get out of here, will you? We politely say our thanks and head for the door. Okay, so, well, we've got a fun scene of our deacon making trouble, really making trouble, not liking the food, but we also see the second appearance of our valet for Godfrey at the hotel, right? Pink silk blouse and pearls. That's our hotel valet, who really likes coconut for some reason. Don't know where he lives, but he is the son of a prince, he says. I am the son of the prince. So, I'm not his name isn't Shiva. This guy is just calling him Shiva, like the god Shiva, the Indian god. So he just gave him a nickname of Shiva. This Indian fella, I don't know his name, but let's call him Shiva. The god of Shiva is what? Is the god of war? I'm trying to remember which one is Shiva. I guess in the Indian gods aren't like so simply god of wars. There's stories behind them. There's the one guy that got his head cut off and replaced by an elephant head. But I thought Shiva was god of destruction or something. That's why someone will tell us what the god of Shiva is. I was telling my wife a couple days ago, not a couple days ago. I was telling my wife a year ago, like, I forget what we were watching. I was like, hey, maybe we need to get some, like every once in a while, I get curious about, like, we should have some altar or something, you know, something to meditate over. And I was like, the Indian gods are pretty cool. Maybe we got to get one of those, one of the god, I forget, Vishnu or whatever one of the Indian gods are, you know, make him a little altar somewhere. And then my wife was like, you should read the story of that god, of the elephant god. It's pretty nasty. Like they're cutting off his head and stuff. I was like, oh, I don't want that. I wanted some fun story about a god, not a god with a guy who got his head cut off or something. All right. Well, that's probably a good place to end on after I've offended someone. All right, so we should stop here. I think after 5.5 hours, we wrapped up our deacon. We know he's not involved. He's just an angry person. But let's go into the chat. Let's catch up. Let's see if there's anything else to talk about. I'll just turn on the chat stuff. Anything else to talk about before we stop? We'll pick up again tomorrow at 11 p.m. and start playing the second half. We'll start by looking at those hotel visitors. So far, it's been wonderfully written, and it's not just well written. I think what's a little different here is the generosity, the length of the entries. We're used to getting an occasional long entry with a long scene that's very engaging. And here, there's just a very high proportion of the scenes that are long and compelling with interesting characters. And it's been quite fun to read them, and quite a bit of humor here. Okay. Anything else to talk about before we end today's session? Otherwise, we'll end it here, and I'll see you all tomorrow. We still have quite a bit to do. We haven't been to... we have not run into any problems. In fact, let me just turn this on. We haven't run into any problems. Typo here or there, very minor. And I would say there was one oddity that there was someone that seemed like there should be an entry in the directory for, even if it was just to tell us nothing important here. It was the person... The newspaper has like 3 undertakers, and one is mentioned twice, and it was just weird that we couldn't find that undertaker. It was not important for the game because we found the undertaker that was important, but the Reformed Funerals Company mentioned here doing undertaking, and then they were mentioned again here. It was just a little bit weird that we couldn't knock on their door and have them say the closed or whatever. I wouldn't say it's a missing entry, just it was the only entry that I expected for sure to be something there. It surprised me that wasn't, but it it wasn't important for our case, but because we found the right Undertaker. But it was strange that it wasn't there, especially mentioned twice in the newspaper. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow night for part 2, which is tonight, but at 11 p.m. I'll see you. Thanks for joining me. Thanks to the authors. Having a blast. Can't wait to see how it turns out.